I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Public discussion. Is anybody here for public discussion?
I'm Nancy Erickson, and I would just like to say there are a lot of people in support of the pipeline ordinance that simply can't be here at a 9 a.m. meeting. Even a lot of my own family members can't be here to speak, so I am here on their behalf to speak and say we are in support of this pipeline ordinance.
Thank you, Nancy.
Public discussion?
Yep.
I can discuss that drainage decision that was made last Tuesday.
Yep.
Is that final?
Yes.
On the engineer that did, what was the cost of that engineer for his share?
I don't have the
Don't
report
have
in
it.
front of me.
I don't
Somebody should
think
know.
that's in here.
That's not in there.
It wouldn't be in here. It would be in the bills we've had over time, but I don't know that that's been added up.
And at the time, it was supposed to be 70-30, which I think the whole public was assuming that was gonna be. Then Kyle made a motion for 85 on the Kossuth part, which I didn't think was fair and ethical. But is Tyler here? No.
No.
He
might
just,
be here.
he just left.
He just left. On his report, and I was on the school board for 20 years, so I kinda know what's going on, but on his report, it was highly recommended to recommend that to the supervisors, and it was just kinda overlooked on that part, and you guys came in with another, percentage. Basically, it was Kyle that came in with that percentage, and I don't understand that. It favored one party, and there's 20 or 30 is gonna have to pick up that difference. And Roger, you and Kyle kinda stated that all that watershed is going into the Goshen land. Have you been out there to look at that?
Yeah, I've seen it.
And you assessed that water was going into theirs?
No,
Runoff water?
it's assessed by the benefit that he received from the project.
It's the LiDAR it shows.
Right.
Yeah.
LiDAR is how they determine where water goes.
But I think it was made, the comments were made that the runoff water was going to theirs because it was the lowest part, which I question it is the lowest part. I would say I'm the lowest part. I got a half mile on the north side of that, and there's nothing that goes into theirs. In fact, some of his water comes my way to the old route that goes down. But on his report, you know, like I said, he highly recommended this fair and ethical, the 70-30, and then it got changed. Why do we pay an engineer if we're not gonna listen to him? This is probably the only time the new board members are gonna say, hey, why didn't we listen to, why did we do this? And then we don't follow up and we make our own decisions. And we would have been here, but my son had 3 people, Kyle was one of them, that were supposed to notify him on this meeting because he isn't a landowner to represent the party that he rents the ground from. But he never got word, and that's why he missed. And everybody said, we apologize, we apologize. Well, it didn't help us. But the motion that you made helped one party, and it hurt 20 or 30, and I thought that was wrong. The next question, what happens in the future when there's a repair? Nothing's been discussed on that. Is he gonna get off scot-free on that too, on the repair parts? Has that been talked about?
The assessment schedule is the assessment schedule.
Yeah,
So-
so all repairs go based off of the assessment schedule.
So he'll get 85% off of that too?
That's one factor in the equation. It's not the whole factor, it's one piece of the puzzle.
Does it matter where the repair is?
No,
if it's on his private line,
So it does matter where the repair is, because there's different schedules for each lateral. So that follows the same process that every other drainage district repair will follow. And they're assessed out by the cost and the assessment schedule as all the factors of benefit in there.
okay. When this change was made, don't you think it should have went to another week? So people would have been realized that they had a chance to object. I don't think they were objecting to the 70-30. But when Ryan says, hey, let's hurry up and decide this because there's nobody here today and get this passed, and then we don't have no recourse. And
That's not
basically what
exactly
happened.
correct, because at the closing hearing, we do make the decision on whether it's
But there was a change
That's-
made also.
right.
That's standard procedure, that's the time for the decision to be made. And I would assume you know, I had a substantial conversation with Derek yesterday. We went over the discussion, the hearing,
I know you brought in the lift station. That lift station was discussed at February 8th because I was here. And you guys use that kind of as a sideboard, hey, let's get him more reduction because he did this lift station. No, he did this project on his own and he told me February 8th, you know, I did this project on my own. He stated that he didn't have no cooperation from the area surrounding landowners, which is untrue. I got a paper right here, Bill Mansky, us and Goshi's were working on this project. And then at the end of the day, Jay says, well, after a year, I didn't hear from anybody. Well, Jay was in charge, it was his land, and Mansky was doing the bidding, and I was there to see if I wanted to prove it, which I was all for. But when Jay said, I'm gonna do it on my own, and then he changed the lift station spot to benefit himself 100%, didn't benefit me one bit. But I still would have went along with that project, but he left you supervisors saying, well, I didn't get no cooperation from anybody, which is untrue. You guys heard one side of the story and that was it. And I was there February 8th to point that out too, but over time you forget.
I've heard both sides of the story, you've been to my house, we talked over all this. I mean, Derek made the comment when we were on the phone that this was a 5-minute decision, and it's absolutely not a 5-minute decision. I know a lot of circumstances around this situation, and, the engineer's report was very numbers driven. Tyler specifically said in the meeting, the lift station he was aware of, but there was not a number factor put on that.
So you put
I
a
don't
number
know,
factor 15% on it, from the 70 to the 85.
not necessarily just
You
that.
did that, Kyle.
That I said that's not my only reason. I'm well aware of the situation around that particular piece of ground, and I have been for quite a while. So we have to make the decision on what's fair for the district
That's
as a
right.
whole.
You think that was, so what,
Yes,
how
I do.
much of money shifted from the Goshi's to the other 20 or 30 parties that's gotta pick up his share? You put a lot of time in this, you should know that figure, is it 100,000, 50,000, or whatever?
Depends on what the project is. You
The
can't come up.
The whole project, what was he assessed originally, and went from the 70 to the 85, what'd that bring it down to? Cause when he walked out of here, he was all smiles, like he just won the lottery. And the other 20 or 30 people didn't, they're gonna have to pick up that bill. And you say that's fair? That's not fair. He did that tile project on his own. And he passed the buck to everybody else. And like I said, on this report that, he has a statement, I highly recommend that you use this 70-30, basically what it was. And he had two other people, two farmers, I think, Stecker and Rosemeyer, that worked with him, and they were with him that recommended that. And then once it gets here, then you go and make your own decision. And you think that's fair? That was not fair.
I respect your opinion, but that's why I
I
made the
know I'm not
motion.
gonna change your mind, but that wasn't fair. And to the new board members, when something's recommended and it's a high dollar figure, I think you should consider that. Because like I said, I was on the school board for 20 years and something was recommended. We very ever seldom tweaked an adjustment on that. Especially if it wasn't fair to the whole community. But like I said, my concern now is, do we know what's gonna happen if there's a repair on his, or a repair on this new project that went through? Is he gonna say, well, I don't wanna pay that, I should get 85% off that too? That's not fair. This will happen. There will be repairs on this stuff. If you're old enough, you've been through this. You're not old enough. And so there's nothing that can be done. Amendment on the motion, or changing the percentages, or
Does anybody wanna open up the hearing again?
The
We'd have
hearing's
to start all
closed.
over.
I don't know that we can.
I don't either.
You'd have to republish, don't
You'd
I don't
have to
believe that's an
republish.
option.
I don't think it's really an option to republish everything and start over. So I think it stands as it is.
stuff about starting over and just be changing the percentages.
We had the meeting and it was final.
It wasn't fair.
I'm not saying there's nothing about drainage that's fair. I will not say it's fair
It's not
because
supposed to be unfair. It's fair
there's
to
no-
one person out of the 30. That's where, and you know that, Roger.
but there's nothing about drainage is fair.
I know, I'm just as old as you. I've been through it all.
Yeah.
But that benefited one party. And that party's probably gonna get benefited in another one coming up. And a few years ago, he, declassification, and he didn't have to pay on another Tyler project because he did his own project, and you guys excused him from that. How many times is this gonna happen? I hope you're fair in the future if you can't be fair on this issue. Cause it wasn't fair that my son wasn't here to represent the other half. And there's two people up there that he had contact, and Tyler was the other one. I was supposed to contact him when that meeting was, because he wasn't a landowner, but he was a renter representing another party. And he was not contacted. That wasn't fair either.
We don't contact tenants.
I've already had a discussion with him, but he made contact with people several times to let him know, Kyle, you're one of them.
I had that conversation with
Yeah.
him yesterday, and he acknowledged that the statement I said, which is the same thing I say to everyone that asks for notification personally about a hearing, is I will if I think about it and I'm able to, but I do not promise anything to anyone. I did not call him, I did not call Jay, who also requested a personal phone call. It was fair across the board from me. That is not something that we have to personally phone call every single person that asks for notification on a hearing. That's what we follow, what's in the law, the public notice, and you would have gotten that. So, I mean, it's not just blame on me.
I didn't just blame you, there was 3 people.
I know, but
Nobody contacted him to represent the other 30 people.
his landowner could have contacted him too. It's not our responsibility.
So did he hand in a new report on what the dollar per person's gonna be?
Right here.
What's that dated? I picked up one yesterday, but I don't know if it's the old one or the new one.
He just brought these in at
I picked it up yesterday, but I don't know if it's the old one or
7:58.
new one. Does it have April 11th on it?
Well, that's what was filed.
Yeah, so this would have been amended, you know. These he literally just dropped off right before 8 o'clock.
I just picked it up yesterday.
Yeah,
Well,
that's,
he-
that's
He had
probably,
he had two of them,
that's
So
probably the old
That
one,
would have been old ones.
yeah,
but it,
because we just got the new
These-
ones.
how do you know if it's the old one or new one?
We just got the new ones this morning.
Okay, he didn't have them available yesterday when I picked them
No.
up? Okay.
I
So I
don't,
can compare the old one with the new one and see how much it saved them and how much it's gonna add to myself and everybody else. Is that how that works?
you could compare the two, yes.
Well, kinda in there, but I'm very disappointed with the supervisors, the decision they made. It wasn't fair and ethical. And if you think I'm wrong, that's fine, that's my opinion.
I
know
will
your
respectfully
opinions,
disagree.
And if the new supervisors keep where, because it was recommended at that 70 and 30, and one person changed it in here, and he got a second in everything else. It wasn't fair to the people.
Anything else for public discussion? Go ahead, state your name.
Phillips, Kossuth County resident.
Yeah, state your
How's
name.
that meeting? This is, concerns the pipeline.
Yeah.
I have another topic I wanna discuss also. I was at a meeting last night, there was 50 people in attendance, Kossuth County, residents. And the majority of them are against the pipeline. And the majority of them couldn't be here this morning, so I said I would come and talk about it. They are against the pipeline. And the other topic is the transfer station. And I had a discussion this morning with the manager of the transfer station and the recycling bins over here. The amount of unrecyclable items being put in there is disgusting. Garbage. He said he even found a carcass of a pig before. And he said he's talked to you people and nothing is being done. I just wanted to bring that topic up again and voice my opinion, and that's it. Thank you.
I think the cameras put up the orders.
Yeah, I thought they had cameras.
But they're,
Well, he said the cameras aren't pointed in the right direction. And he's talked to you about moving them so they could be, moving some of them so they could be more visible on the containers, and nothing has been done.
we'll have to talk to Doug about that.
Yeah,
Pardon me?
We'll have to talk to Doug Miller about that.
You what?
Doug Miller's the one that.
Jack, he's here.
well,
Right there,
yeah, we'll bring it up.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, and I was told that it is only for rural residents of Kossuth County.
That's what it was designed for,
The
correct?
majority of the people that go there, in my opinion, are residents of Algona. And I go there and I live in Algona, and I go there and I park sometimes and watch people, and I've written down license plates and turned them in. And he said that people have called him, what's his name, Dustin, and he has turned in license plates and nothing is done. The most he said that they've done is given out warnings to people. And in his opinion, they should be prosecuted and put on the radio and put in the paper of somebody being caught throwing garbage away in there, unrecyclable items. But I just thought I'd bring that up also.
Anybody else for public discussion? Should we have Maureen introduce the,
No,
They're later.
they're-
oh, that's in there?
Yeah,
I
they're later. Then we-
haven't got that far yet.
Yeah,
Who wants to be first? You want to,
We got the
approve the
agenda.
minutes in the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the minutes and agenda?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Secondary road foreman. Everything great?
It's going better. More fixed.
Roads look good up north. I drove a whole bunch of them the other day.
Yeah, we tried to get ahead of the grass a little bit, she was getting wild.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the grass, Rod Bankin had called, can we mow farther down on the northeast side of the intersection there between his and Smith's place
Where's this at now?
on
Collier's Corner,
A42?
Okay. Okay.
Collier's Corner, that's it. They ain't lived there for 100 years, but it's still Collier's Corner.
Which corner is that?
Forest City.
No, I
it'd be
know the intersection, but you said a corner.
the
Northwest, southwest?
northeast side of that intersection. If you're pulling up to the intersection from the north and you're trying to look to the east, with that hill, it's very hard to see stuff with the hill and grass. If they can mow farther down, he would appreciate that.
Okay.
Nothing interesting, Scott?
Just going smooth right now.
See, there's working at the four-way bridge. Is that
Yeah, we all the rest material out, we got that all shaped up now.
good?
Need to get it seeded, but it was kind of a wrong time of year to be throwing seed down, so.
A little bit dry.
No, it looks good up there now, come a long ways.
How soon will we be patching those, like that area and, Big Six?
We have been in contact with Blacktop Service, the engineer's office, and, actually last Friday, was out with Bob Wagner. So the discussion is there, it's just a matter of them moving into the county, getting that done. We have, 4, I believe, bridge replacements, a 5th tile crossing that are priority, so.
You gonna get over by Nick Ram's place when you do that?
That, we're gonna get we wanna get the hard surface roads that have granular surface approaches. Those are the first priorities, and, then by Nick Rams, that is on the map as well,
Is it,
yes.
what happened there? Did that culvert just come up?
No, I think there's a corner on that is, was not compacted very well, and it's settling. So,
Anything else for road foreman?
No.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
Hey Doug and Scott, thanks for getting that Irvington grass mowed off. We can actually see pulling out town.
That's always a
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Kossuth Regional Health Center.
Good morning, how are you?
Morning.
I was going to decline today because I'm on vacation, and then I thought, I think I declined last month, so I probably better show my face. So, I'd like to introduce Stephanie Capacious. Many of you already know her, but Stephanie has been a nurse manager with Kossuth Regional Health Center for many years, and it is a natural that she would assume the role of Chief Nursing Officer. And so welcome Stephanie in her new role. we're thrilled that it is past time. So when you think about what's occurred over the last several years, back in 2019, right at the time that I was being named the CEO at Kossuth, but serving in the capacity of chief nursing officer, I was diagnosed with cancer. And the whole next year was just a series of surgeries and chemotherapy and as I worked my way through that, we worked our way through that, it didn't seem like a good time to fill the position of CNO because immediately following that, or at the tail end of that, we were entering a pandemic, the first pandemic in over 100 years. And so I continued to serve as the CNO in addition to the CEO. And now, you know, over the past several months, I find myself thinking, just one more thing, and now it's summer. And not that summer's the panacea, but I find myself wanting to spend a little more time with family and especially grandkids. And it was time to get a CNO named. So welcome Stephanie, we're thrilled to have her in that role. And she has hit the ground running, so I introduced her today because there will be times that either she or Colette will be here instead of me, and there will be times that you'll see all three of us. But we'll routinely make a point of being here. Colette is due back from her maternity leave. We are more than anxious. This is the third time that I, in 4 years, have not had a CFO for a period of time. Twice, I'm gonna say it's Colette's problem. And not a problem, but an opportunity. So her second maternity leave, we're so excited. We're so excited that she brings her second little girl into this world. So very exciting news there. And she's due back soon. So good for that. Do you want to run through the April financials? I know you've seen them already. I can do that.
We got them on our iPads. Yeah. The only thing I see, your debt service is
Yes.
kind of lacking
We're actually doing well.
yearly, the month.
Yes, the month, honestly, we had a couple of rough months. We had an issue with Medicare and Blue Cross, and it's not so much an issue, but just the practicality. So as we go through our Medicare cost report and our Blue Cross Walmart cost reports, those take a while sometimes to catch up. And when there's a period of catch up, we went for a period of 5 weeks without any reimbursements for service as it worked through that catch up. So that definitely affects for the month.
Two bad
Our
months.
financial, we had 2 bad months in a row, 5 weeks without any money coming in the door, from our major payers makes a huge difference. And so, that'll even itself out, and it's just really the business of healthcare.
Yeah, yearly you're at 539, so that's not bad.
Absolutely, we're doing great annually, so definitely meeting our budget in all of our key areas. We're meeting most of our strategic priorities, and so that's really a big deal when you think about where we've come from, and we've been so reactionary, just changing on a dime at the whim of, I shouldn't say at the whim of, but every time Medicare has a change, we've of course had to fall in line with that. And so now we're getting back to the normalization of the business of healthcare and becoming a little more strategic in mind. We've done a really an admirable job of meeting our key dashboard areas. Proud of our team for that, because it takes a lot of work.
Looking at accounts receivable was good, but your debt service coverage went down, so I was kind of curious what did that.
We actually changed providers, and so we use a secondary coverage for debt service or bill collection. And as we changed providers, we found that there were some anomalies in the way the previous company had been handling some of the debt, bad debt in particular, and managing some of those older accounts. And so, we had to do really a full shift in terms of bringing back all of the older accounts and then transitioning to a new coverage model. And that affected our numbers greatly. Great question. You can see too, our non-operating income, about 1.2 million of that this year is a result of a couple very unusual things. One of those is receipts through the end of April for the fire, the shed fire that we had.
Yep.
And the other big piece of that was some yet unreceived, but now having received some of the COVID-related funds. So that puts us, bottom line way ahead of budget, but that's a bit of an anomaly. Those aren't things that'll continue on.
Any
questions about the financials? All right. A few other exciting things going on. We have a new nurse manager named
Kate Ferris.
We'll talk about Kate.
So Kate has been a nurse at Kossuth Regional for 13 years. She started out as a CNA, has worked her way up, and has gotten her master's and is currently working on her DNP. And she will take over my position and do a great job. So we plan to have her roll in July 1st.
Also in July, a couple of new things will be arriving or beginning service at Kossuth Regional. One of those is Senior Life Solutions, sorry. And that's a program specifically for traditional Medicare patients. And it is a grief recovery program. It's an intensive outpatient mental health program, focusing primarily on grief, but many other focuses of mental health. So that should be operational by the end of July. We should be seeing our first patient. The new director of that has just been named. Her name is Allie Opine. Allie's one of our nurses who has been working in our community health program. So she'll transition over the course of the next few weeks into her new role. We're pretty excited, and I know she's gonna do a great job getting that program up and running. The other one that's really important to us is the home medical supply shop. And that should be operational also by the end of July. That'll be at Kossuth Regional Health Center on the main floor of the hospital. But that will allow patients here in our community to have a walk-in option for home medical things. So that has been a much needed service since the closure of the downtown business. So something the community really needs. Our board of trustees will be working on the assignment of lease for the EMS facility. As you know, that's a 99-year lease that was dated back in 1994. And so needing to be reassigned from Algona Ambulance to Kossuth County EMS. But pretty proud of how you've worked your way through all of that, so thank you.
Still a work in progress.
Work in progress, it's definitely a work in progress, and there's so many details, you know, but what an important thing for this community. And then proud to say that we're going to start Pediatric Orientation Day again this fall. We haven't done Peds Orientation Day for a few years now, you know, because of the pandemic and just as we were normalizing operations and still falling within CMS's requirements for vaccine mandates, which have now been lifted. So COVID vaccine specifically, which has now been lifted. So we're able to start that up again this fall. That'll be pretty fun to see those little kids going through the hospital. And
Good.
so it's a great part of our day. We do have a summer intern this summer, so pleased to have Krishna Patel join our team. And I can tell you she's incredibly industrious. She's working hard, so it's been a great program. Thank you, Maureen. Good to see you with that. What questions do you have of us?
Anybody have any questions?
All right, have a good day.
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in.
Yes, gonna go spend the time with some cousins and my mom, so, and my grandkids.
Hey, Grant.
Doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Enjoy your vacation.
I will, thank you.
We have to acknowledge the loss transfer made by the Kossuth County Auditor. It's in your packet. Let the minutes show that we acknowledge the transfer. We are up to approve and sign Project Hope proclamation.
All right, well, thank you for having us. And it's always exciting to have the summer months come, and we have these wonderful young college students join us for the summer. So summer interns, come on up.
Are they bashful?
I'd like to, pardon me?
Are they bashful?
You know, really not.
Really?
I would like to introduce Jordan Busher, who would like to talk first, but then I'm going to have you be introduced to these great interns and also one of our committee members. And the key part of this is what he's going to discuss with you.
All right, so good morning, guys. I'm Jordan Busher. I intern with the newspaper. I'm here with the intern program with the economic development, and we're here to talk to you about Project Hope. So Project Hope is 2 weeks dedicated to donating items that will help provide a sense of ease and comfort for children and teens removed from their homes. This year, the weeks for Project Hope are June 18th through July 1st. Items that are collected will be delivered to the Department of Human Services, the Sheriff's Office, police departments, women's shelter, and schools around both communities. Throughout the whole event, interns gain the experience of volunteering and making a difference in the lives of people in need. The interns are requesting that the Kossuth County Board of Supervisors proclaim the weeks of June 18th through July 1st as Project Hope Weeks.
We did submit our normal proclamation that we submit every year, asking for you to proclaim that those 2 weeks are dedicated as Project Hope Weeks. And we do have that proclamation right in front of you, Roger.
Yep. Would somebody like to make that motion?
I would move to.
Kyle?
And I'll second.
Josh? I have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimous.
I have 2 copies.
Thank you, we have 2 copies.
Yeah. Oh, I guess
While
you
you're
might have
Thank
to
you all for coming.
Signing.
sign both.
We'll sign both.
Thank you. While you're citing, I'd like to have all of our interns introduce themselves, and then I would also like Tina Alpers to talk very quickly about the committee.
Sure. I'm Veronica Capacious, and I am going to be a sophomore at Iowa State this fall. In the summer, I've had the honor of interning with Marine at the Economic Development Center. And it's been a blast, and I'm learning a lot, so I would recommend it for anyone looking.
She works really hard, too. I'm glad she's saying it's a blast, because I do new projects all the time.
Oh,
That's not ours.
Alright,
Wrong
so
board.
I'm Jordan Busher. I intern at Algona Publishing. Throughout the summer, I get a Write the Progress edition. So I go out to businesses, interview them,
I
write
saw
stories
that
about
was
them.
theirs in our packet.
I finished my first year of college at Dakota State University, majoring in cyber operations.
we'll throw it.
I'm Cassie Bankin. I am going to be a sophomore at UNI. I'm majoring in accounting with a minor in business communications, and I'm interning at the city of Algona this summer.
Hi, I'm Zoe McCormick. I'll be a junior at Purdue University, majoring in animal sciences, and I am a hog production intern for Smithfield this summer.
My name is Liliana Hill. I'll be a senior at Iowa State this year, and this is my 4th summer interning for the Kossuth Extension Office.
I'm Maya Kemna. I'm going to be a sophomore at the University of Iowa this coming year. I am a HR major, and I have the pleasure of working with Veronica and Maureen every day.
And I'm Tina Olfers. I work at Smithfield, and I'm on the career intern committee. I don't know how many years I've been on that.
You've been on it 17 years.
Yep. And, you know, what I love about it is, well, first of all, what we do is we plan this and we work on it all year long. And we're planning it for every year for the interns. So we'll have like skill building sessions. You know, we plan the intern breakfast that we kick it off with. You know, get me on the spot right now, and
Our next one is going to be the Alice training with the
Yes.
Law Enforcement Center.
That's going to be exciting. I've never participated in that, so I signed up for it because I want to be a part of that. But anyways, it's something as an employer I love. It fills in gaps for our interns, that it helps with recruiting, and they get a chance to network with other people or other interns, and meet other people from the county or residing counties, so that they can hang out with, but it fills in the gaps, and hopefully they gain a little bit of knowledge that they didn't get at college, or and get to know a little bit more about Kossuth County, Palo Alto County that they didn't know before. So, but it does definitely, it blows my mind when I'm at Iowa State, recruiting, and I sit there and I have people come up to me like other recruiters, and they're like, "You guys have a program in Kossuth County with the Economic Development Corporation." Like, that's a huge added value. So I commend Maureen on that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, and it helps me recruit interns.
so.
Well, I think you were the ones that were the drivers of this, along with our businesses that had said we need to have this. We knew futuristically there was gonna be a workforce issue, and that was what really spurred this on. So without your help and assistance and really supporting it, we do appreciate it, so. But I'm gonna ask you if I could take a picture of you with our interns, because it's always really important. The eyes like this.
So what's the best place to intern at? I was waiting.
No, go ahead. What do you think, guys?
Well, everybody's gonna say their own, I don't wanna say. They're not gonna say.
Why don't you walk around and we'll get a quick snapshot.
They are a little bit bashful. They didn't answer really quickly. We'll slide over a little bit.
Let's see if I can get this.
Board. Can you get all of us?
Oh, let's see here.
Just say, I'll pull this chair up.
Thank you. Oh, I can, yes. I think I got it. Got a good one.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. So again, thank you for your assistance on the proclamation and helping us with Project Hope. You know that that's very important. It's all year long, basically. It's not just through the summer months. In fact, we, Veronica and I just filled a bag last week for a request for a family. And so it is very ongoing. And we know that it does help and assist. And so we do appreciate any help that you can give us and provide us. So thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep.
Thank you.
We are up to decision to approve Kossuth County Public Record Policy and authorized placement on the Kossuth County website. We have it in our folder. Does anybody have any questions on the policy or where we're going to put it on the website?
Do you wanna, talk through where it'll be on the website, Tammy? Or do you
Derek
know?
would be better at that.
He's not here today.
He's not, I don't know if he's here today or not, so.
Just Luke and
Hey Derek, you wanna come
We
quick
haven't
and tell us
talked
where
to
you can
him
put that
much
on the
about
website,
it, so I
the
don't
policy?
know.
Oh, we did that.
Yeah.
no, we didn't pass.
We haven't.
We ain't passed it yet, but
We're talking
before,
about
They
before
wanna
we,
know where before they.
before we
can
pass
put it
it.
wherever you want, probably under the about. We've got a section there where we have, like ADA type policies.
records request.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Okay.
That's okay. We'll just put a link called records request. Shouldn't be too big a deal.
Any other questions for Derek? Thanks, Derek.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
And, the copy that, there was a couple updates to the policy from department heads. Doug had a couple additions, and I don't think that those additions are on the ones in your packet, but it's just adding, what did we add, Doug?
Zoning
Zoning
and transfer
and
station.
transfer station to it. So those are additions to the one, and then, I didn't hear anything else from any other department heads that there were any other issues, so.
Does anybody have any questions? It gives a one-stop place to find records.
Yeah,
Would entertain a motion?
when we were discussing it in the department head meeting, it was talked about for like the elected officials, and I see they were listed under general information requests for the most part. Should we clarify that, other elected officials are their own custodians in that regard, or separate that out?
Yeah, sure, if you, where would you like it and how would you want that listed?
Don't know. I just know, it was briefly mentioned in the
Well-
department head meeting, but I don't know.
This is just to give them a place to start, so I think if they get started first, they'll
Specify
progress
where
to
they want-
that.
Yeah, and that's,
So I don't know if you wanna
That's
confuse
fine.
people before they even get to where they're going.
Keep it simple, and that way, gives them a direction to start with, and then you can go further if need.
This isn't the end all, this is the
Right.
beginning.
yeah. No, otherwise that, I think I'm. good
I'll
with
make
it.
the motion to approve and
Josh?
to post online.
Thank you. Do I have a second to Josh's motion?
I'll second.
Carter? Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimous.
Real quick, do we need to specify the location in that motion, or are we just gonna leave it up to Derek to kinda just put it in that tab we
If
use?
that's okay with you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's-
fine, I just didn't know if we needed to clarify that. or
That's
not.
ministerial stuff,
I think,
You're okay with that?
yeah.
I think it's up to Derek to get it in the right spot. We are up to discussion decision approved retaining Van Borken Associates for HR services and approve invoice or annual fee.
So we got this invoice, for March 15th of 2023 to March 15th of 2024 in the amount of $5,800 for Renee Von Boken. I know we had talked at maybe a couple other board meetings about, just having one, cause now that we use the payroll attorney and HR through Ayler and Cooney. So before I paid this, I wanted to make sure that this is something you wanted to continue her services through. I know Doug, uses her for union negotiations. We did ask, Ayers and Cooney, if they also could represent us for union negotiations, so if we decided to go just with them, they would be able to provide those services to us as well. So I just wanted to know how you wanted me to proceed, if you wanted to keep both, or where you wanted me to go.
The only union that's active is the road workers,
Yes,
correct, Doug?
yes.
I believe so.
It's the only one
There
that
was
I know.
something, I don't know if the courthouse ever organized or reorganized. Okay.
Are you satisfied with using someone different than Van Borken?
Well, I do use Renee quite a bit. I don't know anything about Allers and Cooney. I think Renee actually has contacts within Allers and Cooney that she will, if needed, will get advice from.
Did we ever get like from Allers and Cooney, what their charges would be for the HR services and stuff, so we can kind of compare the two?
Well, we already use them for HR too. I mean, we've been using them for both, so it's not an additional service. The only
Okay, right.
additional would be union, if we use them for union, because we do not use them for union right now.
So we could still use Van Borken for union services if so needed on an hourly basis instead of doing a retainer? That would be my question.
I don't know the answer to that.
That's not what she presented to us,
No.
but
Do we have to do a little research on that before we vote on this?
has anyone talked to her? Or?
No.
Okay.
Before I made any contact, I wanted to see where you guys stood on it. I didn't want to speak out of turn.
I don't think we need two HR firms.
No.
Yeah. Especially when one is a flat annual fee for everything, whether we use it or not.
Right.
I don't know, should we have her on the phone for a conference call at a meeting and talk about it that way, or?
Well, I think you gotta figure out if the, Cooney would represent us, or represent, us against the union, or however you wanna say it, for
They
road work.
will, I just don't know what the cost is.
And what the cost would be before we make this decision, is that fair or not?
Yeah.
Price would be good.
Okay, I can get a hold of them
Yeah.
and see. what their fees
See,
would be.
see which one's more reasonable.
Then do I need to contact Renee and find out what the cost would be just for union?
Right.
Because I believe this is for everything.
Right.
so-
And maybe ask for an hourly rate if, used as on an as needed basis
For union?
for anything.
Well, I don't know that we need her for, if we're using HR for Anders and Cooney.
It'd only be
Doug
for
still, Doug, you said you still use her for HR stuff, right?
No, this would
Or
be,
that's just union?
this would be issues, contract issues with the secondary road.
Okay,
We'd think it would be on an hourly basis, figure out what it'd be.
Okay. And what if I found it next week?
Right, or when you get the information.
yeah, that's fine.
If you don't get it next week, the next week, we're not, it's nothing in a hurry.
Okay.
So we cross that one off. We are up to discussion on proposed amendment for planning and zoning ordinance for hazardous liquid pipelines. I'll open the floor up for the board for discussion. Right now, I don't have it in front of me. Do you remember, Josh, is it 2.5 miles?
For a city setback,
Cities is 2.5 miles?
2.5 miles.
Yeah, I believe so.
I think it is.
I know it is.
Which other setback was we going to discuss?
I think we can discuss anything inside the proposed ordinance, but. Setbacks. Yeah, page A11 of A17 is the setbacks. 25.41 is 2.5, from a city.
Any discussion, Carter? You have anything you'd like to discuss on it?
I wanna see where the board is at as far as what thoughts are in regards to the current setbacks laid out in the ordinance. And, in the name of having something that we could potentially be comfortable with in an ordinance, as a board, what are we thinking as far as that would be the right way to go about the setbacks? I think that's summary of the main thing with the conversation is gonna be.
I think the setbacks in the ordinance were proposed by the zoning commission was to not have the pipeline come into the county, period. Now, do you want to change it so that it's possible for the pipeline to come through the county is a whole kind of different subject than what the zoning board actually brought to us. I think I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
So we're in that situation where there's a lot of people don't want the pipeline as of now. I talked to Luke this morning, nobody else has signed a contract or signed easement form since 3 weeks ago.
Nothing's been recorded.
Nothing's been recorded.
Right now, for the Summit project, there were 3/4 of a mile short of 50% of easement signed in Kossuth County. I don't know what Navigator's exact. Buying 46.7% of Summit.
Summit was at 46.81%, Navigator's at 22.81.
Okay.
Obviously, the difference in the timeline with the projects, but yeah, they were, that's their recorded numbers that we have.
And then my next question to the board is, do you think that you have the wherewithal to stop the project?
I guess.
Individually, no. No, I don't.
I don't either.
But this isn't about whether I, as a supervisor, can stop the project, and that's not the point.
No.
So I don't know that that's the right question to ask. You know, as far as.
At some point, we have to ask that question, is it the county's position to stop Summit and to stop Navigator? Is that our position?
I don't think it's our position to stop anything, it's a position to make sure that our county is taken care of in the way that is best, that we best can. That, and our people and our land, you know, however that looks, I don't know, it's a rather, as a board, it's not a matter of, this is what we want, this is what we don't want, you know, it's not a matter of stopping or letting go. Because sometimes that stuff is out of your control, but how can we as a board?
We need to keep in mind safety of, you know, our people, in our county. That's the number one issue. The second issue is preservation of land. Making sure that we don't got, you know, have things coming through that potentially damage property, things like that, that, you know, we've got people that have lived in Kossuth County their whole life, and, you know, their farms are sacred ground to them, and to have, you know, something like this coming through their ground, it kind of just disturbs everything, you know. And I think that's, in my opinion, you know, the two most important things is safety and the preservation of our land.
I think one thing from the PHMSA meeting, was about a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Week and a half, two and a half, whatever it's been, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, the question, what the pipeline companies are challenging is, you guys can't regulate this, that, and the other thing because PHMSA does that. Well, then PHMSA states at their meeting, no, the counties are supposed to be the ones regulating siting and routing and stuff. And so, you know, they're throwing it back. And so we shouldn't just say, well, it's completely out of our hands and that's all PHMSA's job, because PHMSA's not gonna do that. And they said it's not in PHMSA's department to regulate siting and routing.
No,
That's not what they do.
Department for Safety.
Their Department for Safety,
Yeah.
so we, you know, that's not, when we're talking about setbacks and talking about that area of things, we're not regulating them
But
against PHMSA.
Isn't setback safety?
Well, you don't have to regulate it that way, and that's what I'm saying.
That doesn't have to be the only reason.
They do take care of safety regulations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me,
But there's other
setbacks are
factors,
safety.
there's other factors that go into setbacks more than safety, though it is a huge issue, for sure.
Yeah.
So, I'm asking the board, because I'm one person out of 5, what are your feelings on the current setbacks in the ordinance? Should we wanna go forward with something in the future? What are we thinking of? And I don't know, is that,
Well, I think the ordinance as it stands says no pipeline in Kossuth County.
well, that wasn't
Yeah,
the question I really asked though, I mean.
I know, but that's the way I,
So I guess
Proceed.
to deal with the setbacks specifically, 2.5 miles from a city limits completely cuts off the ethanol plant of Lakota. That's the fact of the matter. The 3,000 feet setback for 25.42, 43, 44, those setbacks make, I guess, so even on Navigator's project, those setbacks more than make that project impossible as well. Summit,
So here, that's
the population density and stuff in the southern portion of the county with residences, is higher than it is up north.
yeah.
So there's different things that kind of are feasible in that regard, but 3,000 feet is not manageable at all to what you had said. So I guess for a couple of reasons, I don't feel those are things we can work with and defend. Because I don't think it's our position as a government that has to represent both sides. I don't feel that's our position to say yes or no to a specific project, especially this category. And I know we as a board, typically hear the concerns, but I had one individual reach out and ask about the pipeline discussion. Brian Till just was not able to be here today. He asked me to share his public comment. And he said, "I oppose unconstitutional limits on the use of my property. Members of the Board of Supervisors and their appointees change on a regular basis. The bias of you and those folks today will likely be different than those who follow. I urge you not to do wrong things that must be undone by those who follow." And not saying he's magic by any means, but there definitely are people who have signed agreements. The numbers represent that, and I think we need to weigh a lot of factors here. But the current numbers that are proposed, I don't feel are workable.
Well, I think the issue is, we don't have any concrete information about this gas, if there is a leak. You know, it's been kept pretty quiet by the pipelines and not been very willing to share that information. Nobody really has a good idea. Is it 1,000 feet if there's a break?
So two big things that I would highlight from the PHMSA meeting in Des Moines that was talked about by the emergency management coordinator for the Satartia, whatever county they're in, their emergency management coordinator for the county said for the first 45 minutes after they were even notified about the event happening, they did not know the type of material that was coming out of that pipeline. I know, and it was still flowing. It took over 4 hours to get the valves closed. That I guess that kind of plays into the conversations we've had before about our regional hazardous response team coming out of Mason City, and it could be an hour, give or take, for them to respond. Well, that event, they didn't even know the substance they were responding to for almost that time. And I can't speak to all the PHMSA regulations. I don't know if either of the pipeline representatives can for this, but I think the thing that's been highlighted is that company was not in compliance with the federal regulations at the time, hence why they are being fined massively. And if they had been in compliance, the effects would have been dramatically less. So there's a lot of pieces to that equation. I know people talk about that very often, but if you look at the specifics of that situation, what happened and why it happened to the extent that it did, that explains things, I guess, to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I go
That
back
was very
to,
informative, yeah.
nobody sitting in this room is an expert on safety on pipelines.
No,
And it's not our job to be that.
And
We
I've-
rely on
yep.
experts and
And I've said that before, I don't feel that me or anyone else here has the, expertise to put a magic number on this. High or low, wherever that number is, I don't feel it's in our wheelhouse.
At the PHMSA meeting, they did talk about and maybe Kyle, you can remember, but HDD boring under rivers and waterways and such. Is,
And I don't know if you have more there.
no, go ahead.
I don't remember all the specifics, and I don't remember the situation they were talking about, but, that was, the person that mentioned that was for a, Native American reservation.
Right.
And because of their independent status, they can regulate some of that stuff kinda on their own. And they can go above and beyond in different categories. And I believe the boring he was talking about, he mentioned that it was like 45 feet deep, which I don't know where they got that number from. I don't know any technicalities behind that. I don't know what they were going under or around or whatever. But he did say there was things that they had put in as far as, processes to be more prepared and, I guess one of the things that, I don't know if it was him or someone else, one of the things that was recommended was, CO2 sensors for people's houses that are within a certain range, so that if a level spiked or whatever, they could detect it because you can't smell it. I don't know all the possibilities that are out there, I guess, but, there was definitely a number of things that were discussed there.
Yep, yeah. Well, I think it's important that our source of water is a very big thing to make sure is okay in the event of emergency. Don't want all that flowing into Prairie Creek or to the Wayne River or whatever it is, so. Yeah, I guess I was go ahead.
But we still don't, none of those answer the question on what's the safe distance.
Right.
We still don't know that.
Right.
I don't know, is it 500 feet, is it 1,000 feet?
And that's being tested, and, different counties take different approaches to that. I was, and in reading, I read quite a bit in regards to, in the last couple of weeks, Minnehaha County out in South Dakota has passed an amendment to their zoning ordinance, for hazardous pipelines. And their setbacks are far lower than ours, and we're talking 330 feet. And
was that from
from a residence
330 feet.
or for a property owner, and even that is not satisfactory to the pipeline company. From what I'm reading, and that they are offering a 250-foot settlement to that, and so even at 330 feet, that is not a desired setback, so, or, you know, a workable one in their terms, and then we're talking South Dakota, which is less populated than it is here, so I'm just throwing that out there.
No.
I'm not saying I want 330-foot setbacks, I'm just.
Has anybody heard anything on the lawsuits, either one of them?
No word from Shelby County. I've talked to Steve King several times.
What about Bremer?
Bremer, no word yet, to my knowledge. There's no decisions.
I haven't heard anything
made anywhere in Iowa yet in regards to that. But
Utilities board hasn't.
Utilities board is not decided.
They haven't decided yet either. No.
So
where do we wanna go?
But I wanted to keep the conversation going, and, you know, what are we thinking, what are we looking at? Cause I think if you're afraid of the ramifications of having too large a setback or whatever, you know, whether you have an eighth of a mile, whether you have a half a mile, whether you have a mile, now certainly there's differences in all those, but I think my point is, in the pipeline company's eyes, it's not going to be satisfactory regardless.
Yep. Josh? You got any thoughts on it?
I can't speak to the distances, I'm not a scientist, so, I mean, I have to think about safety and like I said, safety and preservation of land, you know, I wanna say the setbacks that we have here are good, but like I said, I can't say that for sure because, you know, I'm not a scientist, I can't, you know, think out in my head, you know, how far this gas is gonna travel, things like that.
I don't think they're gonna give you the opportunity to learn anything before you have to make a decision is our problem.
Well, and it's not like all of these numbers here are just random figures either. And I mean, the Planning and Zoning Commission did look at things, as far as, say, 2.5 miles versus a 2 mile setback from a city limit. 2 mile is I wouldn't call it scientific number, but it's already in our planning and zoning for city zoning. I mean, that's just built in anyway, so that's a number that does make sense. You know, to have at least 2 miles, I think that's a given, you know, that's okay. But, you know, when we're talking about the way the Planning and Zoning Commission reasoned was that, okay, DNR says you have to be half mile from, or 3,000 foot from a hog facility for smell, for safety, for whatever. And, you know, how much?
I believe it's 1,800 feet from a residence for a hog building.
Yeah, I think that's right.
What did I say?
1,800.
I said 3,000.
Yeah, they put 3,000.
Excuse me, and so they put a quarter mile in, I said that wrong, my bad. So they put a quarter mile in there, which is less than that. So I mean, and you know, I guess I don't think the numbers are all just pulled out of half.
No.
But, so it's not like we don't have any like stand on or something and we're just making those numbers up, but.
But the numbers do make it impossible for them to put a pipeline through Kossuth County.
So are you wanting to lower it to a point to?
No, I'm saying that, I mean, just make a decision at some point.
Just doing a little looking at excessive rise is 49 miles into the up before it starts breaking down.
What's that, Jack?
Well, carbon dioxide goes up in the atmosphere.
I know, but I'm just saying that's one example. You know, it goes 49 miles up before it starts breaking down.
The problem is it isn't gonna go just up, you know, it travels and it is a heavier gas and And, we have heard from other people that, are in school for studying these kinds of things and how that gas travels and does tend to stay lower to the ground. So if it's going 40 miles, would you say 49 miles up in the atmosphere, how far is it going the other direction? Yeah, yeah. So even if we had a, 2.5 mile setback, there's still that significant risk of it traveling past that setback anyways.
Ken?
Well, I'd like to have more information on what, how far it spans, sideways.
But I don't think you'll ever get it because it depends upon the weather, the atmospheric conditions, and there's a whole bunch of variables that.
And anyone will tell you that, there's no concrete, this is exactly how far it travels.
It's not gonna be a defined area.
It's still gonna boil down to how many landowners sign easements and does the state of Iowa allow eminent domain?
If they grant eminent domain, it doesn't matter what we do in Kossuth County.
No.
Does anyone know the date that the IUB has set to decide something?
Yeah.
The hearings are set for this fall, aren't they?
Right.
October. Oh, it's October.
Summit wants to know definitely before the end of the year.
Sure.
That's the last thing that I read.
Yeah, I don't have the schedule memorized, but I believe it's starting this fall.
And they've already had some hearings.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all the same thing that we hear in this boardroom.
I still think it'd be good to have something in place before that decision. That's my opinion.
So, I guess my question to the board then is, do you want something different than what we have in front of us? We have to decide that at some point. That's not a decision we're gonna do today.
No.
Yeah.
No.
But do we want further discussion?
What are you all looking for and myself, in making a decision? Or what do we want to pursue?
Well, I'd like to have information, that I can look at that says it's, 1,000 feet.
You're never gonna get it, Chad.
So how do you make a decision?
You're never gonna get that information.
So then you might as well leave it the way it is.
I'm fine either way. I just, at some point, we have to.
How do you make a decision if you don't have any, you can't get any information to base it on?
You never will get any information.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, there is information behind the numbers, it's just, or at least information behind certain numbers that you can go off of, at the bare minimum. Are you gonna get exact scientific figures? No.
But if we go to, like you, said in South Dakota, it was 250 foot, they weren't satisfied, or that was their?
330. And they lowered it from 750 feet in Minnehaha County, and it passed their board 3-2 to,
330.
they actually voted 2-2, and then 2 weeks later they voted to pass it 3-2, to lower it from 750 to 330. And the company was still offering a 250 foot basically. And they've offered that more than once through the Dakotas and
That's Summit.
Nebraska and Iowa, yeah.
The pipeline.
That's Summit, yep.
The pipeline wanted 250 foot.
The pipeline didn't want anything more than 250 foot. Yeah. But,
to me.
that just happened
To
this
me,
last
that's
week.
just,
Yeah.
that's too narrow.
I'm just saying, in their case, what's going on there, yeah. I'm not advocating for those distances.
Well, I'm going to try to get some more information before we can
It's just I'm asking what information do we wanna get?
Well, I think we'd all like to see plume studies, but that's.
You're not gonna get one.
Again, I don't think that's.
No.
But I think other than that, the planning and zoning gave us the recommendation, and I think for lack of information, it's something that, I honestly would have to agree with, the planning and zoning commission on it, so. Because we don't have the information, we can't really adjust the setbacks or anything to,
So-
anything that would be agreeable.
If someone comes through and they decide that they want a variance, they go to planning and zoning and get a variance.
Board of Adjustment.
Or Board of Adjustment, I'm sorry.
Yep.
What are you gonna say?
He's on, or what do you mean?
You can get a variance from any ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying what is the Board of Adjustment?
I'm not
Right.
gonna second guess what they're gonna say.
No.
We don't really have much authority over that except appointing the members.
Right.
Right. They're their own board.
Right.
And I had called Tim Whipple yesterday to ask him some questions in regards to that process and how that would all work. I guess, and maybe Doug, I don't know if you can speak to this at all, for variances that are granted or requested, is there specific criteria on what they look for or a process? Can you talk about that at all, I guess?
The Board of Adjustment can grant variances, conditional use permits, special use permits. The people requesting a variance in their application statewide, the Board of Adjustment notifies adjacent owners and the public through newspapers, adjacent owners through mailing. And the newspaper, and then they'll have a hearing and they'll make a decision.
Is there certain criteria they have to look at in that decision?
It would be based on the application and why the variance is being requested. For example, if an area variance, the zoning ordinance requires a 5-acre minimum for area in agricultural zone areas. If somebody has a building site that is 4 acres, they would like to have a variance from that to sell an existing building site and not include the tillable land to make it 5 acres. So it depends on what the variance is and what the reason why the requesters are asking.
We need to move on, so Carter or Mr. Stecker goes through both of your districts. Do you wanna have a discussion on this later?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, we should probably,
we'll put it on the agenda again.
2 weeks,
That's fine.
is that fine?
yeah,
I'd kinda like to have people make a decision whether you're going to change the ordinance or not, to recommend an ordinance.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
One kind of final comment I did have, as far as the pipeline companies are required to submit a report of inspection after 5 years. Would be good, if something goes wrong historically in projects, it's gonna be within the first 5 years, and that was discussed.
Yeah, that was at the FEMS.
At the FEMS meeting, and that it would be good to have it in there, to have the report of inspection, say after 3 years versus 5 years. Just to ensure better standards. That would be one suggestion.
Yeah, and actually, that's a good point. The other point I was going to bring up with this is, I think we should, and I don't know how specifically to tie it in, but that soil compaction study Iowa State is doing.
Yep.
When I talked to Spencer yesterday, he said they are, with ISG, they are, working to incorporate things from that study into their conversations with the utilities board and try and, lay out requirements as far as wetness factors, so we don't have compaction that lasts for decades. And I think that would be a valuable piece to incorporate here.
Keep those in mind. And, I think we'll close the discussion on pipeline and move on to.
I need a couple minutes. I got one thing.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you said that only 2 of them, the pipeline's going through. Mr. Wacker has about 1.5 miles. It's going through.
Does he?
32, yeah.
Okay, I stand corrected.
2 redistricting. He has from the Irvington 169 to the river, the one river.
Yep.
Okay.
So he's got a piece to go.
Yep. Small.
I mean, something.
Quickly, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I didn't do it at the beginning because I thought we'd get time, but here's something if you think about, is Jimmy Powell is the chief operating officer for Summit. And under oath in North Dakota, he talked about they would not release the plume study because of terrorism. And I got to thinking, my gosh, they could do it in multiple places. They could do it either side of the valve. Terrorists can do anything. They can bring in drones as researching that. So we're never gonna know a safe distance. Are they gonna do tests in multiple places instead of one break? So I think you guys have a lot of leeway because he himself said this thing is so dangerous, we can't even tell you because of terrorist threats. There's 2,000 miles, they can no way can be protected. But we look at these young people, and my wife's a high school counselor, I got 2 kids in Iowa, and I just love young people. And if we can't protect them, who's going to? So I think when we're trying to tip the scale, what do we do here? I would rather go after them and protect them than I would the people from Summit. And the other comment that was made was, some people want this, they want to make money. The ones that signed said, I hope the hell they don't come. I don't want my land ruined, I don't want it dangerous, I don't want to be sued. So I think we need to understand that that's what that part of that is. But the other big thing is, so what would happen if something breaches? If you want to talk about ethanol, are they even going to allow these pipelines to open up if there's hundreds or thousands killed on such an attack? When there's already equipment they're starting to put in places where they do it in-house, they don't even need the pipeline anymore. They can make methanol. So I think it's the big scope to think about. But I think the variance that he said that we just don't know, this is so dangerous, then that gives you the right, because you're here to protect us, and that's part of what your responsibility is as a supervisor. So I think doing the right thing is always the best thing. And I think with these young people, it really sparked me that that's the right thing to do. So I just want to leave you with that when you're considering it, please. Thanks.
Doug's up next, or?
Yeah, Jack ain't back yet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good.
I make a comment on that.
Sure, go ahead, we got a minute.
I guess two things were said, you know, and if I ever cause confusion in this room, PHMSA doesn't regulate the siting of pipelines, the IUP does. So that's why PHMSA says it's not us, and not in the state of Iowa, it's the state of Iowa. If you go to Nebraska, it's the counties. If you go to South Dakota, it's the states, or it's the state. So when PHMSA says it's not us, it goes to the state has the right to defer to the county. In Nebraska, they chose to. So we route by county, or we permit by county, in the state of Nebraska. But in the state of Iowa, per chapter 479B of their code, we regulate at the state level, just to clear that confusion up. And then Jimmy's statement in North Dakota, all pipelines fall under critical infrastructure. That's not unique to CO2. In terms of us having to protect the plume studies, he was speaking as a generality of all the hazardous pipelines that fall under PHMSA, fall under protected infrastructure. It's not a unique that we're more scared of CO2.
PHMSA did state at the meeting that that's up to your local governing bodies. I believe was the wording used on siting and routing.
Right.
Which,
So that
But
could mean anything.
safety is still up to PHMSA,
Yeah,
not us.
right.
I'm not, none of us are experts on safety, and I'm not gonna
And
say
they-
I'm never gonna be one.
and they have access to experts for that reason.
Some of these pipelines have failed, CO2 pipelines, why don't you get some accident reports from those failures and see how far the damage went? That would be, hey, they can fail, I'm not saying this one can fail, but they can fail. This is how far out they went on this accident, and that accident, and that accident. So I've read some articles about accidents, you know, where the pipeline fails and people have been killed.
I don't know what happened to Jack.
Right here,
Doug, you wanna start on the Roffler Irvington lease? We can do that without. There.
Yeah, we received a lease, Josh Roffler, tenant for a long time on both of these gravel pits, returned a signed lease to us, so it's time for the board to complete their action and make the agreements. The first one is for 9.6 acres down at the Irvington gravel pit, and the second one is for the O'Rourke gravel pit. One is row crop, one is hay. But just be taking action on the two to agree and then have the chair sign those. There's the two. I think somewhere, there's the O'Rourke pit right there, and this is Irvington.
Okay. I got the first one in section 36.
That would be the Irvington,
So
section
do I have,
36 Cresco.
Do you have the numbers that he's paying for rent before we approve it?
We finalized all that before
Yeah.
when we approved them.
Yeah, it's 9.6 acres, $1,708.
Okay.
And the O'Rourke is $505, and that's right at, the parcel is 5 acres, but there's been some gravel taken out of it, I believe, Roger.
Okay, so the first one we got is section 36, Josh Roffler farm lease. Do I have a motion to approve? Second?
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? They're all ayes.
And then
The next,
O'Rourke pit.
section 2. Do I have a motion to approve the farm lease for Rockler for section 2?
So move.
Josh, second?
Second.
Carter? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried, unanimous.
Alright, I think, yeah, we need that to be signed and attested to there, please. And I will notarize these. Thank you.
And then we have some road work. In Irvington.
Yeah, we had a request from what used to be CenturyLink, is now being called Lumen of Des Moines. They are putting in approximately 3,000, or they would like to put in approximately 3,000 feet of fiber optic cable on the north side of section, or north side of 210th Street, south side of section 3, part of section 2 of Irvington Township, and then crossing 210th Street. 210th Street's B40, McGregor, east of Algona. This would be out by Dave Jensen's home, Luke Peffer's home. But they would be improving communications out in that area. I would recommend that the board would approve of this.
They're crossing 170th as well.
Yeah, they would be boring under one set. All this is underground boring.
Okay.
Yes, they'd be crossing that 170. That's a level B road.
Oh, okay.
And it is all boring.
Carter, would you like to make such a motion?
Yep, I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Stecker. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Unanimous. Discussion with county engineer and zoning administrator.
I gotta get your signature here, Roger, before I forget, please. Thank you. Right down on the lower right. Thank you. Yeah, construction, the bridge up in Lincoln Township is completed. Resurfacing projects, Heartland, they did, their subcontractor finished up the cold in place work on the Lots Creek Road yesterday. That now needs to cure for a minimum of 2 weeks. It'll probably be a little bit more, and then Heartland will be moving in. They're crushing gravel down at the Irvington pit right now for the mix. So things are moving along with the resurfacing. We also have a pre-construction conference tomorrow afternoon with Graves Construction. That's for a bridge, I think it's P64 right south of Titonka. It'll be approximately 3 miles, I believe, 3.5 miles north of Highway 18. So when Graves moves on to that project, that roadway will be closed, and we will also be notifying the public and using our notification tool for that. I think
what was the website for that again? Is it Iowa County Engineers something?
Yeah, I'm not sure right off the top of my head what that is. It's if you would Google search Iowa County Engineers public website, I think it would take you to that. Iowa Department of Transportation, Highway 169, I believe, is almost completed with their micro sealing. And tomorrow, the bridge south of Fenton is supposed to be closed for that construction. So Highway 15 traffic will be using our P30 and B19 per that agreement. I'm still evaluating people with the mechanic's position. We have the lead yard position open and being advertised, and we approved the hiring of another person at our transfer station. I'm gonna get an application out for that. We do have a future expense. We decided to purchase 5 more DEF tanks as we are getting more trucks using DEF and more equipment using DEF. We are realizing that all of our shops need to have DEF tanks. So we already had 6 of them, so we're getting the rest of the shops situated with that. Got some equipment coming in. 2 maintainers will be delivered sometime this week. And that's just about everything that's going on.
Will we have those bills to pay then before the end of the fiscal year?
Yes. I would like to have some trucks. I planned on purchasing some trucks this fiscal year, but there are some parts that are not there, and I don't know if they're gonna be delivered, and I don't know if we'll get them paid, so. For
Scott Schulte, oh, not to interrupt, Scott Schulte called me and they're not happy with the maintainer that they received for the fairgrounds. He's still interested in one from the county.
Okay.
So maybe you'd like to visit with Scott sometime. I don't quite know what he wants for sure.
Well, we kind of spoke about it in the board meeting. I don't know, I don't feel the secondary road department needs to make a donation to the fair board.
I think it would be purchased. I mean, we'd have to figure out a price.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that would be what I would think the first thing we need to do is decide what the price would be.
Okay.
And then they could look at it and decide from there.
All right.
So he was going to try and get on the agenda next week and talk to the board.
Okay, I'll review the agenda and have some information on,
Right.
on the machine we were visiting about.
Yeah, was that a G?
It was a G or an H, I cannot remember exactly which one it is.
Right.
I thought it was an H for some reason.
Really? I thought the county should probably keep the H's for spare. They're better.
Actually, we have a G that has less hours than an H, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that'd be up to you.
And as we rotate in new equipment, we would keep the best machine as a spare, so.
Right.
How long we keep it would be we're gonna be getting getting more machinery next year, next fiscal year, so.
Hopefully. Only took a year and a half to get these, didn't it?
Unfortunately, yes. It's taken, truck chassis are even worse.
Yeah.
So, and
Doug, I went back to that email on P20, cause I knew you had put the link in there. It's iceasb.org/road notification/subscribe.
Yeah.
So is that Iowa County Engineer Association
well,
Service Bureau?
that would be how you would subscribe,
Board discussion.
but the other one, there's 2 links in
So
that.
we'll take a 15-minute break.
One is a subscription to a notification tool, and one is to the
Yeah.
website that actually shows the map.
And then the other one is roads, and then county, and then Kossuth, yep,
I think that's the one that shows the map, yeah.
okay.
And I'll send that information to the board again. I believe I sent an email at the beginning of the year, but I'll review things.
Say, Doug, the company that asphalted 169, you don't hire them, do you?
They've done some seal coat roads for us.
Drive up by Smith Lake and look at where the left lane and the right lane hook together, there's gaps like this wide, you can see white in the middle,
Well,
they need to hook together.
I don't know, I will, I've looked at a couple spots, it's a micro seal, so and they're putting 2 coats on it.
We're gonna take a 15-minute break, so we do drainage.
Thanks.
Or
My toes are still there, I can feel them.
I'm looking at how the bosses are, I gotta watch it. Bosses dancers, I really gotta watch it. I don't like that. There's spots, it's that 5%.
I was gonna say, I did get a hold of Mark's son, he was out there.
Hold on.
We're doing. And with the track and stuff.
Just go to meetings,
Oh.
they have fun.
Not pictures, you're bored. Yeah. So maybe let's not burn that here.
You know,
Okay. So I didn't wanna burn it, okay.
Then why'd you put a tree on top of it?
Yeah. So I don't think they did, but.
I'm having that trouble.
They haven't burned it yet.
No.
Somebody do it, and I'm less proficient at doing these. Whatever I do, it takes that one off. I can't get over it, except for one thing that I wish to. That's my turn. Oh, that's okay. I'm trying to be good.
Joe Goshi, Pat McNerney.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you're saying.
It's harder to, I know, it's gotta work on the lawnmower this day.
Yeah, why not?
On the ground. Where's your pad, or where's your farm up a little easier? There's a lot of stuff here. These are my suggestions. And every time you deal with it, there's one.
Oh, yeah.
Every time. See, there's my. Just one.
What's that?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll take that.
The other one.
Years connection to say it.
That's what we get.
The corner. Official room.
And I guess.
Parking that in. I do want to flat.
Should hire
the.
You can hide your stuff. You gotta sit on it, so it's 6 months structure.
You get any tin listens snapped up in that intersection here? Only thing tin listens snapped up. The pictures in my door was in your wall. I call it tin listens. The ice is going down. It took 79 They stick them on, you gotta afford it. Because those things, gee, you gotta take them all back up now, you gotta pay all the crap damage, do all that.
I'm in here to go and tell them, I'm making sure. Yeah, well, I was, you gotta make sure, try to move.
Same killer, it's one of the building plastic ones. No, you can't switch plastics. You can bring the plastic up and you need the we need steel. It's great, but I close my
You know, and he can just sit around, you know, fit them all up, I put steel. Is he in there? Why is that more?
So it doesn't.
So everything's just that one.
that answers that question.
You run out of materials when you're doing that project 100 years ago, what?
You know, all the way along.
Well, there was a big price difference in that last year, they were throwing it out either cement or paper. So then they sold it around you, what do you bid? What did you bid it, he's what you want?
Then you'll be able to. Just the people that got this.
That's how reasonable.
We're the ones that already discussed how much we're gonna pay, you guys are. I thought they were just gonna be slow. Making sandbars and being got cars, when they get an egg, water runs all around. And the side trying to get out.
That's why you have.
Let's see. It's already making sandbars. Oh, yeah. I got a bunch of. Just like you have. Seating, and this is all.
Yeah.
Ground chocolate, they stirred up.
I reseeded mine. You don't want the ground all that, but it'll be on my four-wheeler.
The trouble is, the very first part they did. And he was north of that 42 there. That looked like about half of that group. But anything they did too late, never super too late. Yeah, I heard that too. And then, the spring rain came and washed all that protection off.
Yeah.
And then they started
out that you shouldn't have overlooked.
I don't know how much of it was pipeline. I wondered what the hell they were doing there. Just well, and you know, see what they did. I don't know that never took it.
Well, the other problem is all the soil back, you're in the soil, it's going to grow in. So it's hard to get something.
They have no bacteria.
But what starts to happen is things will break us out, should put up a sign here. All the different right away.
Because I was also looking for a contract. I know they took on each other bigger, they saw it. When they threw everything out. No, well, we ended up. You know, they were and small things like getting for seed pouring and shit that I.
Right, I work the prices. Is that 680, 15, 40? What kind? 680 or 50?
We ended up running a fire, we had a guy running.
Before that, hell no, it's 870.
The neighbors did, so that line down 14. Oh,
Hit 17, I'll set you.
I called the guy, saw him on the cat, and said, "Jim, responded that they're level off, so we're not big different, they're slow." Never did anything, my neighbor. She gets it in and it's, they never put out a school, they were making something.
Busier than I wanted to be. It's a nice break here.
I mean, I'll go right down and say, really busy.
That's the
one thing I can do efficiently.
Oh, I see.
Nice to meet you. This is the one I was calling you about. Smacking his grandpa.
Well, I think that's on the agenda too.
We tried to get on many times we knew.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's. You can only do so much.
I'm an engineer, but certified babysitter.
Yeah. And there's a lot of juggling. Yeah, that's, yeah. There's only so much hand holding that makes a difference.
We just got in last
June
night.
23rd.
Yeah.
June 23rd. I fell through with
Right.
Right.
Did it go across the trail perhaps?
I don't remember when they Right, it was.
Right.
It was all the battery picture. Is this it?
Yeah. I hear some sort of.
Went from 25 to 50. Was that $25 a day?
Yeah, we got a lot of it. Yeah.
We just doubled down.
I live here in Algonah, and I whole around yesterday just because I was tired of looking at the weeds.
Yeah, it's,
That's
that's
why
why we're normally weekend, we were down by Iowa City with a trailer, and come home, I couldn't tell. You don't trust me. From both, everything. How many days you going on vacation? When that day comes, give me that cash. Some areas of the state are getting really dry right now.
It's so variable.
Cause I plan when they operate.
This point, the bank, right?
For almost a year.
I side dressed my corn on May 13th. Well, that took me all week to do it, because most of the days I couldn't get going until it was 1200.
Yeah. Piece of range you had, I didn't wash it. Your index didn't wash it. Yeah. Washed it, feet away.
It always does.
And you know, July, you said August. In August, when your doctor's made.
We found that out last year.
Yeah.
8 inches, I think.
You don't get it here today. Nope, I put, well, according to that. So what? Are you swinging Friday daylight going home? Get your daughter her lines from yesterday?
Bring back memories of old home, Don.
Does that? We take off, and she hasn't played away in 30 years. We take off, get halfway there.
We come back, I went back to, let's have the weather off.
Alan, I did no diesel on that. Can't trust upstairs. Yeah, I went up well, everyone I saw was probably trying to get it. Yeah, that's exactly. That's about the only two that we get for something just around our area. Doc, really doc. It's on the list.
They're saving paper, they didn't get a copy this time. I've been flying blind.
Really?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's fun, sometimes it's not.
Or where they take the fences out,
Good to see. There is another, I made this much to table, just. I know this is, but it's like. That's all was up there. Patent crystals here. No stick repatent. They hard to kill, I mean, they put the list on that, I don't suppose it's.
But we didn't, we put 4 out.
We already own the rights to it. We don't pay that.
I'm not surprised.
I know, I'm not either.
I was wondering if anybody was linked to it. I
We got one.
I just couldn't believe it. Nobody wouldn't do that.
We got one.
Yeah, not that I thought we needed it, but it's one of my first questions.
But we got, once I got down there, see the problem, went from 15 gallons to 17.5 gallons.
Tyler, I brought paper copies of Jeff Dieter's requests out this morning.
Yes.
In March, has she sent them to you?
She has sent them to me, and I made copies of that. She had just sent me an email that I think Rich filed another claim.
We have, do you have all these printed out or not? So,
These are all
images are in the completion report, but then if anyone does not agree with their figures, they can turn in a claim to change that. And then anything else could be turned in.
These are all of the claims up to Dieterings that I received this morning from March.
Okay, these
So
would be your
Ed wanted to make sure that you send a check to him. I just wanted to make sure.
These are your copies.
Yeah, right.
Ed told me 4 times now.
Did you let him know I don't have any authority over that?
No, it's all up to you.
And the auditor's office doesn't have, can't even really do that. We could get it all with that.
Oh, really? Is it 10 o'clock? We'll see what Marge is doing.
I'm
Run
gonna,
down, 3:30.
I'm gonna try and print out some of this stuff here.
We'll turn away.
We got drainage repair requests first.
We're gonna do
No, we
it.
can do that later, we can move
We're
that.
gonna do that later.
Yeah, we'll do that afterwards.
And then, yeah, whenever we're ready.
It is 10 o'clock. And we will hold our completion hearing for DD4 FEMA repairs. I would entertain a motion to open the hearing.
I'll make a motion to open the hearing.
No, second.
Second by Josh. Any discussion? Hearing none, do a roll call vote, please.
Plath,
Yes.
Nat,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Jerks.
Yes. Motion is open. We will turn it over to Tyler to do the presentation.
Do you have
Yes.
anything on the screen, Tyler?
Yeah,
Not yet.
just for some purposes a little later on.
That's fine.
Potentially, but.
Yep.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes,
Who you work for.
good morning all, I'm Tyler Conley, professional engineer with Bolton Mink.
here in town, was tasked with the supervision of the construction project, the Drainage District number 4 FEMA main open ditch repair project. What I have tentatively filed with the board as the trustees is the certification of contract completion that satisfies section 468.101 of the Iowa Code for the closeout of a drainage district project. This is a little different than the typical completion certifications of contract completion, as there is a recognition that there were going to be claims potentially held from the contractor's retainage. So that it makes provisions that the contract, the work was completed to substantial completion, notwithstanding the areas for those claims for additional damages. There was also a completion report filed with that certification that outlines the bids that were received, when the work started, the completion date of the work, and the any change orders that were associated with the project. There were 3 change orders on the project. 2 were for time extensions that equated to no changes in contract dollars, and then a rectification at the end of the project for $58,563, which was to get actual quantities to meet the contract quantities. The majority of that was additional rock on the upper end of the facility that was used. There was a total completed work of $1,381,250.50, of which all but the 10% retainage has been paid. Again, we don't know exactly what the amount due to the contractor will be at the close of today's, or the close of the completion. It doesn't necessarily have to be today, the close of the completion hearing, as there were brought to my attention claims of additional damages caused by the lack of contractor completion in their work. Attached to the completion report is a tabulation of crop damages, as well as maps that outline those areas that we measured and the related crops thereof. Any claims or objections, requests for changes to that completion report will need to be filed in writing before the close of this completion hearing. I do have what claims for damages have been submitted to the auditor's office, and Marge has sent those to me. I have them here. With that, we can start going through some claims, unless there are initial questions from either the board as trustees or from the landowners in attendance.
I did not receive any summons of any of these proceedings today. So I'm not privy to any of this.
Okay, the notices for completion are, they are published. The code states that they should be published in the paper and sent to landowners, essentially the parcels that had work performed on them. It doesn't go to the whole, district. It's just those that, but it doesn't go to the whole district directly. It is published, but it's essentially just the lands that are on the tabulation in the completion report that get a mailed notice.
Yeah, but the whole district gets charged for the work that they did, right?
That's correct. But
So if somebody in the district that's not along there sees a problem, and they get notified, you basically shut them down, and have to serve a notice.
this is, we're following what the code outlines as the procedure.
You don't follow code in every instance, I'm gonna tell you that.
Joe, do you have their notification of any of it?
No, I don't, these are my objections.
Yeah, but it says to all landowners of Drain 4. They didn't, I mean, in the past, I think the board used to send it out to everyone. I don't know why they've taken this decision to do this.
That's so they're not confronted. That's why.
The completion hearing, can be continued. Additional notice could be mailed. That is something that can, if it's going to be contentious, that is something that could be done. It's not something that the code requires, but it is something that could be done.
I think with the size of Drain 4 being one of the largest districts in Kossuth County, it would be good for you to see that the people are well informed.
My fear is here, there's going to be money spread over the whole drainage district, not just the FEMA repairs project. When we're done.
With what's left of what FEMA and the state doesn't cover is going to be a full district expense.
Right. So
if the board, as the trustees, feels that it's appropriate to notify the whole district, there's nothing that keeps them from doing that. It's just, there's nothing that requires it either.
Can you state part of the code that you're thinking?
Not off the top of my head,
So you're just saying,
no, I know it's in the code.
well, find it. If you wanna quote something, you have the code.
Right,
I don't.
Tyler, you don't have to go look. I think we're gonna have a continuation of this hearing and we're gonna notify everybody in the drainage district with a letter. Because they will get an assessment. So I think it's only fair.
For the first hearing,
So why are we following different procedure than we do for every other district?
We're not, because there's going to be money that is going to be spread on every landowner.
That happens with every project.
Then we should notify every landowner.
Then we should do that for every project.
We have generally.
So why did we not on this one?
I do not know.
Well, it doesn't sound like you did it on DD 411, from what I'm hearing.
I don't believe that's been standard procedure.
There's also work here that has to be done and completed that's not gonna get paid for by FEMA. That is not normal operating procedure that we've done.
So why didn't we handle that differently when we, scheduled the hearing, I guess? Cause we knew that at that point in time.
I was under the assumption everybody in DD4 was going to get a letter.
What's that, Marge?
I just sent it to the landowners that had possible damages for the open ditch, which is what I've done.
That's been standard for every completion hearing, right?
Yeah, but there's work here that's not done yet, so we're gonna have to complete, so do we want, it's up to the board to make a decision on how we wanna handle this.
I'd say continue and send out notices to everybody in the district.
I don't see why we would handle it differently than every other one, I guess. There's people here that didn't receive notice that still showed up, so.
yeah, because I got a text message yesterday at noon.
It still affects them.
I'm not saying it doesn't, but
whether we like it or not, they're on the assessment schedule. They will have a bill sent to them for what FEMA doesn't pay and for what FEMA didn't do in the project.
It's not what FEMA doesn't do in this project. There's stuff that could not be included because of
Basically,
lack of
FEMA
maintenance, I
didn't
guess
cover.
you could say.
Well, it wasn't lack of maintenance, it's because you changed the slope of the bank so the pipes were no longer functioning as they were originally intended to do.
I don't know if I would say it quite that way. They were still functioning, but
No, they weren't, they broke off and laying down the bottom.
How many was there, Roger?
I counted 60,
60?
but I don't know what, Tyler, you probably got a better count than I got.
Yeah, the entirety of the ditch was drone. It was droned, flown, recorded. I went through, watched the entirety of it. From my count, ones that would that should likely be addressed, either be shortened or tiles that are broken or bent in some way, I had around 50. So that was from the drone video, and that was after everything had been.
I threw in the 3 tile outlets in that number too.
What's that?
There's 3 tile outlets that have to be addressed.
Hey, you're right, and that mine included settlement that had occurred over top of surface drains, washouts, areas that the pipes soil was being lost on top of them. So that I have a log of all of those that I went through, and times and stations from the video and from the district, and I have all of those here for addressing, and I can speak to that a little bit. There's, on a FEMA repair project like this, the money that gets allocated for it can only be used to repair items that were damaged as a result of the event. Which means that any pipes, surface drains, district tiles, anything like that we wish to repair takes documentation beforehand that it had been broken due to the event. And then we had to provide documentation afterwards of what that repair looked like. So anything that was existing that on a typical project would have been repaired because of its condition or any sort of changes in length because of the change to the side slopes, any of that work couldn't have been performed as part of this project because it wasn't eligible for the funds that the federal government and the state were obligated. I don't argue at all that it's work that needs to be done and needs to be addressed and corrected. There's a number of reasons for there's a half a dozen different issues with different pipes along the ditch, and all of that needs addressed in one way or another, but it's not, from my observations of it, it's not, it's based on the circumstances and not based on the lack of or poor performance by any specific individual.
Well, and to sum it up simply, it's that it may have been functioning fine. You didn't change the ditch, and that changes, and that's the function that made it. So no one's responsible other than the contractor for failure to have it installed properly, or the engineer for having it designed properly. If it was fine before we did the project, and it's not fine now after the project, who's responsible for it? Is that just a?
Well, it's because of the confines of how the project was from FEMA's guidelines, what we were required to do in the change of the side slopes. So that's why I say it's kind of a victim of circumstance that the project was held to a certain constraint. Those pipes beforehand and now after, when whatever's done to put them back into regulation, that ended up being in conflict with one another. Not everywhere, in some 20-some spots along the 13 miles that would need to be addressed. But to pin the actual blame on anyone, I think is unwarranted and not fair.
No one's responsible. Okay, that's fine, that's the answer.
I mean, in some instances, on projects like this, I don't think anyone is responsible.
Except the people have to pay for it.
Well, the district. It's unfortunate, and I'm empathetic to the situation that's come up because of this. But there was, something was going to have to give. It's either the project is done at the 85% obligation, it gets the facility back into what the federal government and the state consider as being eligible for FEMA damages again in the future. That's done, and we deal with the pipes afterwards, or the pipes are left as they are, and you don't get any of the other situations. So that's a very long-winded way of saying it is what it is. We don't plan on leaving it that way. That's why the drone video, and that's why this exists.
So Tyler, for today, I think we can go ahead with all the claims.
You would like to do the ones
Right.
we have now
I
instead of?
guess if we are going to continue this and renotice everyone, I feel that should all be handled at the same time. I don't think we should go over everything twice.
I'm a little
if that's the
inclined
case.
to agree with Kyle, just so it's done all at one time.
I'm fine with that.
So we're not mixing and matching, and if somebody has something else, if we do a landowner's claims and they come back with a different idea, then we're jumping back. If we were going to continue.
Do you believe the repairs with those pipes are going to be over the threshold requiring a separate public hearing? Because that would be.
No.
Okay.
It may be close, but with the 50 I have here, to get to a public hearing, it would require $1,000 per location to require to get to the $50,000 threshold for a hearing. I don't think you're going to be anywhere close to $1,000 per location.
So if we did another continuance, it would be, everybody would be notified and everybody would know about it, I guess is my point.
If that's the motion that is made, and that would be for what day it's continued to. I don't know what that would be a question for your auditor and drainage clerk on how long it would take to produce and get notice out.
It would need to be out 10 days before, so we're looking at least 2 weeks.
Right.
Hey, Tyler?
Yes.
$58,563 for more riprap, right?
Yes. Well, essentially, there was subtractions in pipe quantities. Some of the pipe quantities went down, some pipe quantities went up. The bulk of it's rotten.
So I was told a year ago when I was up there, FEMA don't like riprap. That's why they changed the slopes of the creek. So why was, extra riprap when FEMA don't even like riprap?
The extra riprap was based off of sand seams and unstable soils that were found in the upper reaches of the district. As we were, there were places that held a lot better, places where the toes were a lot more stable. They held. As we were excavating up in the upper sections, that wasn't the case. They were already starting to slough and give. So instead of excavate side slopes that were looking to fall in and then go back in and re-excavate them, the decision was made to rock them.
Because like I said, a year ago, I was told FEMA don't like riprap.
And traditionally, they don't. What my understanding is that they like even less is going back in and redoing.
How many of these pipe are district pipes are you talking about?
One I know of for sure.
And what district is that in?
It's one of the laterals of Drainage District 4.
So 1 out of 50 pipe is district pipe.
It's off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'm printing some copies here, Tyler.
General consensus of the board while he's printing copies.
Well, I'm printing out the code section, 468-101, completion of work, and I think it'd be good for all of us to have that in front of us here in a second.
I have a question, you're planning on replacing a lot of these pipes again?
I don't know if full replacement in a lot of the instances is really gonna be necessary. Some of them are cantilevered out quite a ways, they're unsupported, you run the risk of them breaking and causing more issues to the bank.
An obvious issue.
Right.
All the way through the project.
Right.
And you were told of that last fall, before in the first hearing, there were farmers in here saying, why do you stick them in the dredge so far? Because they're gonna break off. In the spring, when the water and the ice comes down, everyone that's sticking out very far is gonna be bent or broke off.
That's not my point.
There's a lot of pressure coming through there.
Right.
And I guess my question is what are you gonna do different? Are you gonna put them in again, so next spring several of them are damaged again?
No.
Or is there something figured out to keep them shorter and fix it right?
Right, one of the, there's, again, like everything, there's a lot to these. The ones that I found in the drone video that are the longest are the private tiles that come into the ditch side slopes the highest. And why they're so long is because they're dumping down into the actual low flow channel that's there. There was an attempt to keep them from pouring onto the side slopes because that undermines and washes away your side slope. So there's a balance to strike between the height they come in at, the length that they are, where they output. There's a dance to that. A lot of the existing pipes that are now too long, it's a matter of the side slope changes. I think those can be cut, have their ends treated so that they don't rust any faster. If we need to place some sort of anti-scouring, something on the banks, just to shorten those up so they're not cantilevered so far. The ones that we could maybe bring in a little lower in the ditch, I'm not necessarily opposed to either. The thing about why some of them come in so high is because then you've got a lot of room in your ditch before you've got a forced outlet. So there's a lot at play on these, and the solution for one probably isn't going to be the solution for all of them.
But 6 years ago, when this project was done, these outlets were all put in, and when everything was said and done, then the engineers came back and said they had to dig them in at more of a slope. So they were all redone then. And I'm guessing they might have used the same pipe. But most of this pipe's only 6 years old.
Right, which is why I don't want to see
They
them.
all land up west of White City. They look pretty damn good shape to me. I don't know why they weren't used. But now we're coming back with new pipe again. How many times do we have to pay for this?
And it was just new pipe to replace what was broken. We didn't replace
And what's broken, just my observation is these pipe aren't the quality pipe they used to be, just like everything else in the world. But where they're broke off, it's rivets pulled out. The two pieces are riveted together, and the rivets are just pulled out and they're hanging there. There's two of them within one where I live, and that I can see from the bridge.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen them not only in the drone video, but on the.
Broke off, it's probably the length they need to be, the way they look to me.
And that's.
Whether a person should put some rock underneath them, or a hog slat or something to keep it from washing, or whether the washing is gonna make any difference. There were old ones in there that were shorter, and it was washed out a little bit around the area. It was grass, and yeah, there's a little washout there. It's not perfect, but these dredges are not gonna stay perfect. You know, it's just.
No, and I agree, they aren't gonna stay
And it was
perfect.
fine, it's been that way for 30 years,
The,
what I remember of it. You know, before it was cleaned out and after, kind of the same situation.
The point is to try to prolong the health of the system as long as we can. You're right, it's going to fail. This is not the last thing that's ever gonna have to happen to this drainage ditch. I can all but assure it. And there's attempts to extend that longevity, and yes, there are instances where changes are going to need to be made, concessions are going to need to be made, but it's all done in the effort of prolonging the district's health.
Okay, so for the discussion on whether we continue this hearing or not, 468-101 specifically lays out who is to be noticed, and that says, about in the middle of that paragraph, it says, by ordinary mail to the owners of land on which the work was done, and to owners of each tract of land or lot within the district by publication in a newspaper. So both those criteria were met. If the extra work to be done is anticipated to be less than the requirement for notice, I don't see a need for a whole separate hearing, whole republication. I believe the requirements have been met and we should move forward with the conversation today.
Josh, got an opinion?
Well, I agree that, I mean, the requirements are met for, per code. I don't see a problem with continuing.
Carter?
I mean, legal requirements are met, it's just a matter of, any further notice would just be a nice gesture from the board, really. I mean, and improving communication, that's, otherwise all the legal requirements are met, so I'm fine with either way.
I think if we do that, I'm not opposed to it, but it should be consistent. It shouldn't just be one thing here or there. If we're going to do that, it should be consistent, and it should have been for everything in the future. as well as the past.
This is the first FEMA project that we had that's this big, and normally projects are not paid for by FEMA, so.
Right.
True, but for PAC 1 and stuff with the completion hearing there, that was a similar sized project without any FEMA funds.
That's
And
the difference.
There's a big
That's
difference.
the difference.
Yeah, but it was the same notice requirement in the code that we followed. It was not noticing the whole district.
I'm not arguing that point with you, I just said it affected more people than what letters got sent. Jack, what's your opinion?
I think just in good faith, and we got enough complaints, I think we should do a continuation and, send a notice out to everybody.
So we're kinda split, aren't we, Tyler?
Well, I'm certainly not gonna be the tiebreaker. For the sake of transparency, I mean, I'll go through everything I have here today, or we table it, we continue, I come back, we go over this and anything else that we receive. For transparency's sake and a show of good will and gesture towards the district, and to avoid any accusations of trying to dodge it, I don't think that it's a bad idea. It would have to come with the understanding that the renotice and the republication that's district expenses that are.
It will be.
That are paid. But if the trustees are fine with that, I don't see an issue with doing it. You're well within your rights to continue a hearing.
You are pretty confident you can come in under 50,000 on the repairs for the pipes?
Yes, I'm 80% confident on.
With the tile outlets included?
Yes, that's, between the tile outlets and there's one large washout I know of at least, that will need to be addressed. I'm confident that won't require another.
And you've added up all the damages?
I have not added up all of the damages. I felt that was a conversation best to go through, and determine what falls into what category.
That was my next question. What is going to be withheld from the contractor's final payment, and what isn't? Do you have that done yet?
Ultimately, that's a trustee's decision. I have an opinion on various claims that as we go through, I'd like to share what my opinion on those are. What is, claims for additional crop damages just caused by the project that would fall as district expenses versus additional work that was done to complete the plans and specifications that I'm not gonna argue I feel should be held from the retainage amounts, but it's all on an individual basis, and I haven't gone to the extent of adding all of those up because I don't want my opinion to influence what the decisions are made before the discussion is had on them.
Having everything said and everybody's opinion, I think we probably should continue with the hearing so that we don't add extra expense by having letters sent out and holding another meeting. I don't know that we benefit anything, as long as you're fairly confident that we can keep the repairs under 50,000.
I am reasonably.
Does anybody on the board have a problem with continuing the hearing then? Anybody in the audience have a problem with continuing the hearing? Thank you. Go ahead. We will
I do have
continue.
another question.
What's the date we're continuing?
We're not continuing.
We're not continuing.
We're continuing the conversation today.
Today. We're gonna finish this out instead of add extra expense.
Okay, that's
We will not
okay.
be holding another public hearing.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I was
a little.
Yeah.
We're continuing now, not
Okay,
continuing,
all right,
continuing.
okay,
That's-
okay.
Yeah.
We're continuing
Could've
on
used
today. Okay.
proceeding.
Yes, okay, yes,
Okay.
okay.
Terminology.
Different adjective.
Yep.
Maybe repose the question to to the room so that
Yeah.
everyone.
Does anybody have a problem with that that's in the room?
Couple of questions, go ahead.
I guess I've just got an opinion, I guess, on this, replacing these culverts again. I don't feel I should have to pay for this.
Wait,
It
we're
should have been
good.
done right. Who made the mistake? Why are they all bad?
Let's get on with that in the hearing and not now. Let's let him finish some of the, and then we'll get to the culverts when we look at the drone footage.
All right. So proceeding, I have, and this is, okay, so this, okay, good, this is additional for, Rich, all right. And do the board members have copies of?
I put them in their folder, yeah.
Okay, they're in their folders, so we can go through these. I have the additional claims broken out by individual landowner. And not that I would, if you have copies of them, I don't know if landowners would be comfortable with me just projecting.
We have
on a
copies in our,
case by case basis, but,
we have them all in our folder.
okay. I can maybe then discuss them without projecting everybody's finances just up on the screens there. So the first are claims filed by Rich Arndorfer. I'll read the first one here. I'm writing this letter to request reimbursement for the tillable area lost on my farms by widening the drainage ditch DD4. Bolton Mink stated that the width of ground lost that I lost was 5 to 7 feet. For this request, I'm using the average of 6 feet. The length of my farm per Bolton Mink are 2,650 feet in Harrison Township and 2,750 feet in Greenwood Township. There are then calculations for value of land. He has as 15,000 per acre. For the Harrison Township, that comes out, the calculation per area is 0.36 acres for a value of $5,400, and in Greenwood Township, it was 3.79 acres for a value of $5,685. My apologies. Speaking to that, the completion hearing is, and as it's laid out in the code, the claims for additional damages are those that do not include claims for additional right-of-way. There is procedures for right-of-way. There are separate reports that require appraisers. So as far as this claim, while I'm not speaking to its validity, I'm speaking to the appropriateness of the time to cover it, which in my opinion would not be today at this hearing. This could be brought to the board at a later date for consideration.
We're in agreement.
Agreement? Alright. Moving to the next claim from Rich, there was a claim on the completion document, the completion report had his crop type as buffer. He has requested that to be changed to corn. That I do not see an issue with. When we go out and measure damages, it can be tough over the whole swath to tell exactly what was and wasn't. So as far as a claim for corn in those areas, I do not have an issue with that.
I would support.
We don't know, so yeah.
And that'd be if Rich would like to to speak to it at all, but that, I would be in favor of that.
Rich, you don't have any buffer along the ditch, do you?
No, it would have been corn clear to the ditch if it would not have been for the project.
I would
It's just a
support that.
mistake when somebody was
Yep.
looking at it on an aerial map, because there was nothing planned, and we didn't plan it last spring. The strip along there.
Okay, that's, that would've,
You gonna write that in there? Tyler's gonna compile it.
Next from Rich is a itemized list of cleanout damages for Greenwood 11 and Harrison 6. They're dated from the June 2nd of this year. Releveling, some field cultivation, and some essentially cleanup of rock. If you want to speak more to the items on here, else I'll go through what the amounts are at the end.
In the end, last fall, the day or two before the weather was gonna change, when it was obvious they were gone for the fall, and gonna finish it later, we went out with our box scraper and leveled some of the humps and some of the issues, just to get it in better shape, and use the box scraper to pile some rocks, just so it was done. And they did come back and they did a good job cleaning up rocks that were on top of the ground. But this spring, when we went out and field cultivated it, and field cultivated it deep to soften things up, because it hadn't been tilled last fall. Other than we did try to put some anhydrous on one as we went around on part of it, just because it was gonna be corn. But anyhow, we tried to field cultivate it deep, and then of course you get into the rocks, and then you got damage in the field cultivator because of the rocks that were not picked up. They were put in and run in with a cat when it was running over it. You know, so, but that's what it was, and I don't even recall now. I've got one in there for this spring when we requested to haul dirt off at home, and I brought an estimate of the cost, what it was to level the bank enough, so the contractor felt he could drive his trucks on the dredge. It was that rough because they really hadn't finished it off much. It was finished last summer, and I was told in the meantime that the guy running the cat don't really know what he was doing, and that's why it was as rough as it was, but he had to level it before he could start hauling dirt off from the east end. We hauled the dirt from the east end because that's where it was piled deeper, dug out more because of the hill. And that's the reason why it needed to be done, so we could haul that off. But otherwise, it was just trying to get it in shape. It was supposed to be done by the contractor the fall before with a deep ripper or something, from what I remember of it.
My thoughts and comments on these sections, and had seen Rich's ground in a couple different states of repair. Speaking in defense of the contractor and the work that they performed, is that rocks always seem to be an issue on these ditch projects, especially on the longer ones. They're, you pull up an awful lot of rocks on these. The contractors are limited to working the ground 2 passes, picking up what they work up, in that process, and the contract, the specifications aren't for the contractor, they're not tasked with working it back to an actual seed bed, a perfect seed bed. And as we know, there were a lot of rocks out here, and the more that it's worked, the more rocks will just continue to come up. They're not, we didn't get all of them. Even now, I'm sure we didn't get all of them. There were certainly times when when I have seen it and the work that had been performed, I was satisfied with. So as far as the entirety of the rock picking being a contractor's expense, I don't agree with. I do agree that there were leveling issues. There were spots out there that even Kyle and I saw a day when Rich was out picking up rocks, that the leveling wasn't done to specifications. So as far as
in certain areas.
In certain areas, not for the whole length of it, but in areas. So for the expense of leveling that's been submitted, the bill from Reitzel's in the amount of $990, I am in support of that and of that being held from retainage, and then a portion of the rocks that would have been associated with that additional leveling.
At what point was a contractor not held liable for doing deep tillage like the original contract specified that he didn't do?
What was being judged was their final product. And based off of what the contractor was to level the spoils to with depth requirements, getting the spoil thin enough, it was then their responsibility to work up the rocks in that spoil. The contractor's responsibility isn't to get anything that's under that, it's to work the rocks up and out of the spoil as it came out of the ditch. So as they were performing that acceptably with the equipment that they had, that was the justification for allowing them to continue.
Didn't the contract specify that they were going to use deep tillage?
The specifications do state deep tillage.
Did they do it?
They were working the ground and pulling rocks. If it were anything over than 6 inches, I would say no, they did not.
So does the board, are we satisfied then that they completed the project as they bid it?
My opinion on it is based off of the finished products that I was seeing, that the project was completed to plans and specifications.
I would disagree with you on the fact that they didn't do any deep tillage to bring any rocks to the surface that were there, that they could have. That's just my opinion, I'm not saying I'm right.
Based on the amount of rock that I had seen worked up and picked up,
yep,
is the reason that I would disagree with your assessment.
Okay.
The amount of rock that was still left, I agree. If they had gone just a bit deeper, we'd have found all those too. But again, it isn't their responsibility to get anything from before the contract began.
I guess my comment is, if they're only going 6 inches, we've got spots that are 14 to 16 inches deep spoil. So they're not getting the rocks out of the spoil that was destined in the contract. And so, and I agree, I don't think they gotta pull up what was there 3 foot down.
No.
Or 2 foot down, but if the spoil's 14 inches, they better be ripping 14 inches. And I agree, they're not gonna get every one of them. But if they're only going 6 inches deep in a 12-inch spoil, you're missing 6 inches of it.
I think this is a different project. We've never had a dredge bank or a dredge ditch put on a 2-to-1 slope before and went this far and had this much spoil.
It is an unusually large amount of spoil.
Right. So I don't know the right answer either.
I don't particularly either. One of the reasons that there is spoil in areas that's thicker than others was, and we were contesting with this last fall with the amount of spoil leveling that was done. To get that truly pushed as far out as it would have required, we would have damaged a considerable amount more crop and spread spoil material over a fair amount more crop ground, which some people are in favor of, a lot of people aren't. It is a tricky situation for the amount of spoil, managing that much spoil, and getting it appropriately cleaned. One that I don't know as I have the best answer for either.
Tyler, what do you classify as deep till? A ripper, a disc, or a fill cultivator? That's your 3 options. I don't know if you're a farm boy or not.
Something like a V ripper is what I would.
Brian just said they use a disc and a fill cultivator. That ain't deep till.
And that's, was brought to my attention, about.
A disc will do not over the rocks, they don't bring them up.
About a quarter into the project, that's what they were using. And then we watched what the rock quantities were looking like, the amount, and trying to stay as diligent on them of getting everything pulled up and meeting with the specifications.
Just an outside observation, we cleaned up about 4 miles of it. I never seen a re-ripper there once, which, in my opinion, that's what they should do, but I can honestly say in any drainage cleanout that I've ever seen, I've never seen a re-ripper there. I don't care what contractor has done it, ever, it's always been a field cultivator. Was there a lot of stuff there? Yeah, there was a lot of stuff there. We picked up side note loads of stuff. But there's also a lot of stuff on the sides of them ditches that have been there for 100 years, everything from garbage to water heaters to appliances to, you name it, I mean.
Tires. Oh my God,
Yeah.
tires.
I personally believe that any contractor that does this work should have a V-ripper or hire it to be done, but I don't know if it'll ever happen, but like I said, it never has. But at the end of the day, they did, I don't know, I'd say a fair job, but there was a lot of stuff there. There's an awful lot of stuff there. But there was some stuff there before we started too. I mean, I'm not gonna say there weren't. And banks, we finally had it cleaned up from the last time. They were nasty the last time too. I mean, we ran a rock picker down both sides with the full 100% length, kind of the same thing. So I don't know if there's, it is what it is. And the same with the leveling issues. There's always spots that are never perfect. I mean, I think everybody's got that along the whole 4 miles we did. We can still take the dozer out yet this fall and clean up a lot of stuff. I mean, there's spots that are, way out of the forest as far as I'm concerned. That's part of living by a dredge ditch too, I think. I don't know.
And that kinda highlights that, I mean, this is the edge of a dredge ditch, we have right of way along there. We're not required to pay crop damages for the area in the right of way, even though those are included in the report currently. So I feel in some forms we're being fair, if not generous, to the people along the ditch in that category. Because that's not a requirement.
So what is the right of way?
115 feet
From the center of the creek.
total, so that's 57 and
So
a half on each
57 and a
side.
half from each side, or from the center.
There are ditches that are different than that also.
There are, not all of
No,
them,
we-
not all of them blanket
Not all
follow
are the
that,
same,
but
We
but
put a
this one
blanket
does.
on pack one.
They're not all the same, Kyle.
Can you explain?
And the rock picking, as far as I'm concerned, is the people that picked rock, either McCarty, which was a contractor, I believe, either he paid his own to pick up the rock, or he paid the people to pick up, I mean, somebody picked the rock up, I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, the rock got picked up one way or another.
Yeah.
Can you explain where the $900 and some odd dollars for Reitzel was appropriated from?
That was a damage, an invoice that, Rich submitted for having Reitzel go and level spots in his, along the bank that
No, and I didn't even know what that bill was, Kyle and I talked and he did get right, so.
And that was-
We were ready to plant it, and it hadn't been leveled, they'd been out there, supposed to level it, and they drove right over it. So-
That was because it was on their, final punch list, they came through and did not do what they were, supposed to do, so. That
We
was
had
touched up
let the
because,
contractor know about that area and the request for additional leveling. And as Rich said, they tracked through it and I'm not sure they ever dropped the blade, so.
So you're taking that off the
Vicinity of
contractor.
Golf course at Bancroft there.
But Reitzel did that area as well, as that was also on, they were notified of that and it hadn't been completed.
That comes off the contractors.
That would be my recommendation on those leveling, on the leveling bills.
Well, you wanna keep on going?
Yeah.
And one comment, one more issue with this, you know, it's different than most, because once they went and dug it out and had it somewhat level, they hauled all that rock in. All that rock was, some of it came from both directions, but a lot of the rock was transported across 2 or 3 individuals at farms before it got to where they used it. Because it was all a mile in, or a lot of it was from start to a mile in or more. So that's a lot of compaction on this ground. Then basically, they never did come back and do it. We did, we ripped all of ours last fall, and that's where the rocks all came from. So we picked up last fall, we picked up again this spring after we filled COVID. There's just no end.
Rich, were the, John Deere bills factored in, or are those in addition? Were they?
They're probably in addition.
No, they're included there, field cultivator, repair parts.
Okay, so they're
8, 7.
That sheet had everything.
They're factored in there, but this is just where those values came from.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's receipts to verify them,
And the
yep.
rest is just verification of what it was.
Right, okay. And then Marge handed me here as we were going. These are this appears to be,
I just turned that
your
in today.
verification for the corn
I
area.
got thinking yields were better than 200 bushels an acre last year. So I had somebody go in and block off the balance of the end rows or somewhat to match the acres that we could not farm and got the yield off from that area. And then I made up an estimate or a bill for what I felt I would have had on those acres if I would have had corn there. Corn was somewhat different. The beans was only a couple bushels difference, I didn't pursue that. But I have that
Yeah.
also if you want to see it.
Those are and then there are some additional leveling. Was this what you were speaking of when you were going
And
into?
that's where I felt last spring when Damon had to go in and level before he would take his trucks in there to haul the dirt out. It should have been done better than that. And they never did really come back and do anything. What's been done there, we have done. And I'm responsible for it now, I feel, because we're taking dirt out from us, so I'm not asking for that, I'm just asking that it should have been level enough that he could go in there and start hauling dirt out. That's the one bale. The other is an estimate for what he has, but he told me up on the Harrison project, the dirt is still home. And in the end, I'll have him go up there and feather it out into the field further. Because when you come to the bottom, there's gonna be somewhat of a gully there. I don't know what to expect. I just thought I'd turn it in if possible. I'd like to be compensated for part of it because it's not the way that it was.
So that's on top of, that's for the same farm?
This is two new ones just turned in today.
So but that's the same farm that Reitzel's were out there on?
Yes,
Okay,
they were out there and they did a good job, but there's still a couple places up along the dredge when I get planting it and working it. And when I talked to you, I said, they did do a good job. And I can't expect it to be perfect,
yeah.
but I am gonna go in and do it the way it should be done this fall. So whatever happens on that.
Tyler, do you wanna give your opinion on those, or do you want me to say anything, or?
I spoke in my piece a little bit about the
So I
rocks
guess,
and the leveling.
I'll start on Greenwood 11. I don't feel we can have a perpetual district expense. I mean, when I asked you if it was good after Reitzel's did it, you said it was. And I didn't go out there specifically because you said you were satisfied with it, but I feel we kinda need to draw a line there.
It's farmable.
The one for your home section for leveling it out before they went out with trucks, I guess in all the times I was out there, I don't know that I would have considered it where you would have rolled the truck. But if that was the case, McCarty should have been given the option to do that before, someone else was hired, so I would struggle with that one as well. Cause I wasn't aware they leveled anything out on that until now, even after.
There was dirt being hauled off before McCarty back in the area, so.
And that's where with the dirt being hauled off, I also think we kinda need to draw a line there because it can't be a district expense for that, activity either, in my opinion, so. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks on that, but.
If it would have been done last fall like it was supposed to have been, it wouldn't have been an issue.
But their contract didn't end till this spring, technically, so.
The project was supposed to have been done like in November, I thought. But whatever, just my opinion.
Yeah. Any thoughts from the rest of the board?
You seen more than I did. I didn't really.
Yeah,
I hadn't been under this count.
okay, I guess my opinion is I would not support either of those two for leveling. The one for Reitzel's, definitely yes. Do we need to go through these item by item, or are you taking notes as we go?
I'm taking notes, but I'd like to see them all addressed item by item, just if I know that's gonna take more time, but that's gonna be the most, we're dealing with some precise things here, so.
Yeah, you need a formal vote or just discussion here, I guess?
I think formal votes.
On each item?
On each-
Well, or on each summation of items.
Well, summarize what
So, I probably have these in a different order than you do.
You
I
have-
printed them out in the order they are in our folder. So the first one I have is the valuation of land, said not appropriate time for that claim. The next one I have is the white or yellow labeled 6/2/2023 with leveling, field cultivating, picking up rocks. And I guess parts after that. The next one I have is changing corn from buffer. Then Reitzel's invoice, then the 2 field maps for yield. And then, the estimate from Rollings. And then the full yellow page for 6/2/2023.
Yes.
So summarize it, we have the yield for, you wanna up the yield and
I don't-
corn acres
Yeah,
Instead
I'm in support of that.
in Reitzel's bill?
Yep.
You're in support of that?
Yep.
Which other bill are you in support of?
I think we should talk, like the leveling, picking up rocks, that, in my opinion, should be handled fairly for everyone. There was a lot of rocks on the project that they did pick up, there obviously are some left after.
Yeah.
Is it the consensus of the board to pay those claims as submitted, or a fraction of them, or none of them for cleanup? Yes, I mean, to the comments earlier, the rocks were picked up, so I don't have a problem paying for it in that regard, but we also do need to draw a line and close the project out, which this hearing would do, so.
So where do you wanna be on picking up rocks?
With the unique situation of the slope change and some of that, I'm okay with paying those claims, because of the situation, but, I also don't feel that should come out of the contractor's retainage, except where there was ripping, for Mike Kaler's, that they would have been required to do. So, there's kinda two pieces to that. Normal rock picking, I would say would be a damage for the district expenses. Rock picking and leveling as a result of contractors' non-performance of work, I would say would be out of the retainage, in my opinion.
So as these bills apply, Reitzel's bill would come out of retainage,
Correct?
correct?
Yep.
That's how I hear it.
And Rich's invoice for $2,059.27 for picking up and leveling this spring.
That would also come out of retained.
That would come out of retainage.
Yes,
This
the half
page.
page, yep.
So you want that and the 990 on retainage.
Yep. And then, I'm good with changing the buffer to corn, cause that would've been corn.
But that don't come out of
No,
retainage.
that's-
Let's do retainage
Yep.
separate.
I believe that's it for
That's
Rich's.
it for retainage, isn't it?
Yep,
Is there a way we can be provided a copy of this, of the crop damages? I'm speaking
We'll have to
on
get
behalf
it all
of
done first.
My landlord here, and, he does not have that. I haven't seen it as a tenant. I just wanna make sure there was no omission, where I had damage. Would you have that, Rich? Because it's described as a buffer, I just know the readings.
Yeah, that was all in the
There you go,
report.
you can just have my copy. That's all the tabulations there, attached maps back behind it.
Then the full page, I would say would be a, damage claim to the district, not out of the retainage.
Let's do retainage. Retainage would be Reitzel and the 2,000, how much was it?
Wait. The last back page is the summated values from this page. He's got all of his items itemized, and then the summed
That's
totals.
Oh, they were.
So then he simplified it by putting it all on the back page here.
So then both of them, that works.
So it's double
the
listed,
same
but
thing.
it's itemized
Okay.
first.
Okay.
Okay, now that you're confusing all of us all.
I'm sorry, do you get what I can.
This page is a detailed summary of this page.
Yeah.
So we're not paying it twice.
No.
Um,
So what is the total dollar figure that's gonna come out of retaining?
$2,059.27.
$3,049.27.
Plus right, so it's $990. Yep, you got it.
Here.
You got that too, Tyler?
It's the $2,059.27 plus the $990.
It's $3,049.27 is gonna come out of retainage, and I would entertain a motion for that.
I would make that motion.
Mr. Stecker makes the motion.
I'll second.
Second by Josh. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, motion carried.
We've got a lot of conversation going on here.
That's all right, we'll just keep going.
Okay. So we're done with riches.
And the change, we can do the change to all the damages at the end.
Yep.
But that, we're okay changing that to corn.
Yep.
We'll do that in one motion when we're done.
Yeah, there was a mistake on Don's here, one of these, I'd have to look at the tracks or to know which one. On the north side of that, Green Acres Farm, that was beans, I just see three tracks, I'll say lumber.
Okay, which, if you were able to look at the tracks.
You read an affidavit here quick.
But all it really needs to be is
Have him sign a sheet of paper.
it has to be a signed sheet that you would like it changed, you'd like the correct track changed to be. That's all it has to be, it doesn't have to be,
Do you wanna do, raise next? Proceeding
yes,
of-
we can do, we pull raise.
No, this here part of the.
Yeah, I did too.
Do we?
Yeah,
So we,
With track.
yeah, I think we do have to be out of the hearing for that, so.
but for them to discuss anything, they have to bring it up now.
Yeah.
So you pretty much have to make a note.
So is
of
there-
what we're gonna make decisions
There you go.
on.
There's
Yeah.
that.
We'll make the decision when we come out.
Yeah.
We'll agree on it now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So are we,
We agree on it, but we'll do the most
We'll do
vote
that
on it when we come out.
We'll act on it after we come out of the hearing.
but you already acted on it, so how do you put that in minutes?
But it's,
Um,
be all this here.
just go back to the minutes and say due to, the hearing is still open, action was not valid or something to that extent.
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna do that, but we're gonna have to get done with some of this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we will.
Or if we go too long, we're gonna have to take a lunch break.
Motion will be held
Quickly
until,
worded so that it can talk north side.
Until close of the hearing.
And the track on the north side of the.
motion will be held
As it
until,
relates on this, and that would.
but we have to have it written down some.
That would suffice. All right, so next we have,
Do we have to come out of here?
No,
No,
no, we have to address these in the hearing.
well, they have to be presented during the hearing. Is there any further claims, that have not been turned in writing already?
He's making one right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay,
But even these, we should have people be able to address their claim in this hearing while it's open.
Correct.
Right, so we have to continue. We will not make any formal decisions until the meeting is closed.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, yeah,
Yes.
I got you, now
Okay.
You're on the
now that
same
you've
page?
confused me, I'm back with you.
Okay.
Yes, you made those motions and everything, but just at the close, gotcha, cool.
We'll make the official then.
Got it. All right. Next is the claims from the Rays. I have a leveling invoice from Reitzel of $1,782.50. And a repair request that goes with that. And then presenting the bills to the supervisors of Kossuth County, see attached. Drainage District 4, when they cleaned the ditch, they ruined our COP ground that we have with the government, and also three rows of corn from last fall. Finally, Kyle Stecker was able to get Reitzel excavating in to smooth off the creek banks. We worked it and picked up rocks and then seeded it back down again. We don't have a drill, so had to hire it done. Finally got the seed in between the rains on June 4th. Attachments, damages to our corn ground, section 19, 98 north, 28 west from last fall, 3 rows. In the CRP ground, about 2 acres. 2 acres times 200 bushels times $6.80 was a value of $2,720. For seeding for the CRP ground, 6 bags of mix, 6 times $100, $600, 1 bag of oats at a value of $13 for a total of $613. And Mike Cato drilling the seed for the CRP ground, 6 acres by $45 for a value of $270. And then they have the just more of the same for what the receipts, those values were, yep. So if we were being uniform, the $1,782.50 would come out of the retainage, and the additional damage claim would be, the damage claim for crops would be, what I'm imagining is in lieu of what the report
in addition
sets
to
out.
that.
In addition,
I believe.
in addition?
They said outside from the CRP, so I believe it would be in addition.
They went further than the right of way.
Past the CRP.
Okay. So the crop damage would go to the district, because they went past the district boundaries.
I would say all of the, summary, that first page, with the 2720, 613 and 270 would be regular damages to the district. Then the 1782.50 from Reitzel's would be out of the retainage. Would be. I have Brian Cruz's next, I don't know who you have. You have Jeff Diding, looks like.
I can get to Cruz's. What does Cruz's look like?
It's a letter on the beginning, then, some grass hay stuff and pictures. And field reports.
I'm Andrew, okay, thank you, Marge, I didn't have that one. Next is from Brian Cruz, addressing the damages to parcels 1025-400-004 during DD4 project. When you call a buffer, it is not. The grass area on the farm is a hayfield and hay production. The estimate of acres of soybeans lost is almost half of what was unharvested due to construction. There is also the issue of excessive compaction due to the amount of machine hours running across the parcel. All machines and trucks that did work on the next 3 parcels north drove across the parcel instead of using the entrance on those parcels. Not all machines and trucks stayed on the easement when they had the ability to. We also had tile and drainage tubes left in an unorganized manner all over the parcel, and at times the wind would blow these around and damage the crop. The storage trailer was also set in the parcel, was not removed in the time frame that was agreed upon, and was not properly blocked up and sank so more heavy machines were brought in to help with removal and caused more compaction and long-term damage to the soil structure. We also experienced more compaction this spring when a machine was allowed to travel through this parcel to do work on a parcel to the north with its own access. In closing, we believe we should be duly compensated for the excessive damage this parcel experienced when most of them were avoidable. 2.9 acres hayfield, cost to reseed $300, loss of revenue $1,305, total damage for hayfield $1,605, 1.6 acres of soybeans, total damage of $1,440. Soil structure damage due to excessive compaction is $1,500. Total damage due $4,545.00. Brian Cruz. And then there are attached documents to support those claims.
Do you wanna give your thoughts, or?
That, the crop damages, it is, my opinion on all of these crop damages, that's part of the projects and is compensated through the district on those. The soil compactions, there are some there and some that are more defendable than others. Certainly having I'm well aware of the trailer issues, the pipes as well. We were on them quite a bit about all of that. Some of the compaction I see as being part of the project and access, however, not all of that. Do you have an idea in your mind what a split for that would be? A difference in?
No, because that's that's half of this year's income on 3 acres. Is what that figures out to be.
That's what that.
So, I mean, I could triple that and go for 3 years damages.
Okay, so that's where you're coming up with the.
Right,
the
because where the trailer was parked, and we left 60 feet for them to park their trailer because it was supposed to be off before we planted. It wasn't, we left them 60 feet to work with, but instead of driving in that 60 feet down to the easement and along the ditch bank, they took a direct angle across the field. Multiple times. Everything that went on, all the rock trucks that went to the north, come through there and didn't stay on the easement. I mean, it was excessive. The day I sprayed my beans, the second week of June last year, there was, I don't know if they were training the guy in the dozer, but he drove my 1/4 mile of ditch bank 5 times, up and back, so 10 trips, and never once put the blade down. So, I mean, I understand you gotta teach somebody how to drive, do it on your own ground.
Understood. I would say with with what I know from the Cruz property and, the testimony there, I suppose, it would be my recommendation that the crop damages be district expenses, the 1,500 due to excessive compaction be a contractor.
Retainage.
A retainage.
I would agree with that.
You have that, Alan?
Yep.
Okay.
I could do, I got an email from Marge, from Richard and Pamela Marin, is that correct? That, I think this one would be, I don't know if this is in your packet, but I think this one could be rather quick. Has made the claim that they only had buffer for crop damage, did not think he should have corn for damages, thought that it may be too much money being assigned to parcel 11-19-300-003 and 11-19-100-006. So though it is an ask for a reduction, it's an objection all the same. And I guess it was a request to Marge, it isn't, I guess it's not technically signed by them, but Marge, or Tammy, do
you have the report handy, how much it was there? I could probably pull it up here too.
Actually, if I
know it's
borrow my report here. Thank you.
It's added to.
Oh.
Okay.
The values for corn on those were $4,637.60 and $4,542.40.
I guess they're asking for the reduction, so if it was, I would support it, I guess. I know a lot of our focus was to reduce crop damages, so, but that's a change in crop type, right?
It would be a change in crop type from the corn to a buffer. It wouldn't be a total removal, it would just be the reduction.
And that was on both parcels, not just the one?
Correct, yes, it's a request on, they've made it on 2 parcels that were listed as corn.
Okay.
So you get that wrote down so that.
Is he including the 172.50 in there?
That's already
That's already a
buffered,
buffer.
so it'll stay.
Okay.
No.
Okay, did you have Dieterings next?
I can get to diagrams. There it is. It's the Greenwood section 36, correct?
There's multiple.
Right, it's the, oh yeah, it's diagram.
That's one page, actually, that's the back page for me, but.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter the order.
You wanna do Greenwood 36? It's fine, we can do the other one next.
Yeah, so there's a request for fence line repair, wire, labor, steel posts, wood posts for a value of $750.
That was due to fence being taken out for access for the contractor.
And that would be typical, a district expense for replacement.
Yep. And the rock that was hauled in, due to damage from the riprap being hauled in, would also be for access and stuff as well.
Right, that would be a replacement for access, that's in my opinion, also a district expense.
What's the amount for that?
2,904.
Yep, 2904.68,
2904.68.
and the fence line repair was $750.
And then we have the one in the middle, yeah, box scraper and leveling, that should come off of the contractor's retaining. Right?
Yep.
So 1425.
Yep.
And then we have the one in the middle for, leveling and cleanup, out of the retainage to be consistent with that.
That would be being consistent throughout.
Yep.
And then there's.
Section 10.3.
We're in section 36 yet.
No,
Oh.
this one. Middle of the page.
Okay.
Then we got the other jet diagram, 10, 3, 14, and 11.
Yeah. We have section 10 is home place, which is their lawn, their house is right along the ditch. It's listed as, I think, 0.2 acres in the report, but it's obviously a different situation than the edge of a field or a buffer strip. It's their personal residence, so that's why he has a specific bill just for that. The dirt had to be hauled off, cause otherwise it would have destroyed a large portion of their yard. And then seed and rock cleanup. I'm in full support of that with the situation.
For the district damage, correct?
District expense, yep.
The 2725.
No, 475.
475.
Okay,
Then we'll go to that one next.
got too many jet diagrams.
Yeah, then, cleanup activities for section 10, 3, 14, and 11. Being consistent would be taking that out of retainage. And then he's got maps for their CRP contracts and acres. Those are all, short for varying degrees in the report, so that's requesting an acre adjustment.
Increase in the
CRP.
CRP
For
acres
buffer,
on that.
yep. And they are listed out per parcel and stuff on maps with locations and all that.
That, got all those squared away, right? Okay, what do you have up next?
I have Ed Stein's.
Okay, from Ed Stein, his request for $1,200 for deep tillage through passes. $450 for rock picking. And a request of 18 lost acres of crop damage.
Do you wanna start with the crop damage or what's that?
He's got the disposal.
Is that, and then, yes, and then, is this the second page that you're,
Yeah.
for, disposal of the rocks, value of $1,950. The comment I'll make on this one is the request for 18 acres of crop damage seems excessive. That's nearly twice what the,
That's more than double, isn't it?
right, yeah. Yeah, it's not nearly twice, it is twice what was measured for damages in that area.
So you did measure, how many did you?
And there was,
8.6.
8.6?
yeah, knowing the situation that happened here, there was crop harvested along the ditch before the spoil was leveled out, which is in line with the delay in leveling that we had in other areas, hence the time extensions and all that. But he's claiming the acres where the spoil was leveled out into the field as crop damage when the crop was actually harvested. So that's kinda getting paid twice for the same thing, so I would not support that change.
So you're gonna go back to the 8.6 acres of crop damage?
I recommend no change in that. However, to be consistent with everything else,
The deep tillage, he has 3 passes there, the contract only requires 2.
kind of split hairs
Yeah,
at a certain point, but
just wanted to discuss that,
I'm fine with that, the
Otherwise-
same way with hauling the rock off.
yeah.
With Charlie's bill, I'm fine with that,
The regular damages.
yeah. They'll go along with regular damages, wouldn't you? Or you wanna take that out of the contractor?
well, it's, this one is a little different, as
Yeah.
I had asked Ed not to go out there and do the work without having the contractor have the opportunity to do it. It was a conversation I had with him late last fall, and the work was performed and the bill submitted. So without even having given the contractor an opportunity to do it, the work was performed. I don't disagree with that. I know he went and did the work, and it's just how he gets compensated for that, and if that's really at the contractor's fault for having not had an opportunity to do it. So-
I would say the $1,200 for deep tillage would be different in that sense. The invoice, for 1950, that was, the time frame of that was this spring, so they had a lot of opportunity to do that before that work was performed. So I would support that coming out of the retainage. The rest, I would say, should be separated out from that though.
The 1950 from retainage and everything else,
District.
District damages, yeah.
okay? The 1,200 and the 550, correct?
450,
Yeah, 450.
which he's got a total there that's not accurate, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, because he's got the tillage and the
And
retainage.
it's also not payable to him. That goes to the landowner.
Right, we should make that, so it's on the record, those damages go to the landowners, not the tenants. It's for the tenants, need to have the discussions with the landowners to be compensated how they see fit, because the auditor's office doesn't have a record of what the
Yep,
tenants are.
that's standard operating procedure. Next one I have is, Mike Kaler.
All right, from Mike Kaler, there was an amount for tractor and ripper of $375. And he put a value of, for rock picking, 2 people, skid loader and fuel at, for the labor, it was $1,650. For the machinery, it was $2,475 for a total on everything of $4,500. And this was.
Total on everything would be 4875.
That's what we got,
Yeah.
4875.
Oh, yep, sorry, I had the 375 not on there.
Yep.
$375 came in because they hauled riprap over the top of it and packed the heck out of it.
Yeah.
Never did anything to remedy it, so that should come out of retainage.
Yep.
Right,
The 375.
Yes.
Yeah, and the 4,500 should be district expense, I would say. Some of those rocks could have been from ripping it, but it's hard to put a split on that. I don't think they all would be from ripping one time.
and also from Mike, there was a request for approximately 1 acre of corn crop in Harrison, section 28. Doesn't list if this is in addition or how he would like that figured. I would imagine it would be in addition to what's in the report.
Yeah,
But that's speculation only that,
That's in your report. On crop damage, correct?
what's that?
That's in your report on crop damage. Or that, more than what you had in your original.
And that's what I'm looking for, but,
is that
he's.
Helen Paulson?
Yes, the Helen, okay, Helen
So that would
Paulson.
be, it's got 3.91 right now, so it's probably in addition to that, because otherwise it would be less.
I would assume that you're correct.
I don't have an objection to adding an acre.
Yeah.
There.
I think that's what he means.
Right.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. What do you got next?
Last that I have in hand here is from McNerney's.
Okay, yep.
And there was a letter submitted for the reimbursement for bridge planks in the amount of $6,500. Would you like the full letter read into the?
Yes, if
Into the re-
Yeah, on that thing here.
Yeah, I can read it
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So this is regarding compensation requested for the negligent removal and or conversion of treated bridge planks from the property of Donald E. McNerney by a subcontractor sometime in May of 2022. Letter of June 13th, 2022, attached as Exhibit 1. Dear Mr. McCarty, on June 10th, 2022, we discussed the above referenced incident by telephone. This letter follows up the conversation regarding the negligent removal and or conversion of the subsequent apparent destruction of the treated bridge planks by your subcontractor, Zach Lubenthal, or by other acting under his authority from the drainage ditch area of my father Donald E. McNerney's farm located at 3709 120th Avenue, just north of Bancroft, Iowa, 50517, sometime in May of 2022. The incident was detailed in the letter sent to you on June 13th, 2022, a copy of which is attached here to Exhibit 1. We complied with Iowa Code 468-102, informally advising both your company and the Board of Supervisors of Kossuth County for our claim for damages of the loss of our property stemming from the negligent removal and or conversion of this property during the repair work of the main ditch by the above referenced subcontractor. At no time was permission from the owner sought or even an attempt made to contact the owner or his agents, and the removal of this property has caused considerable loss and damages as it was slated to be used in other farm-related projects. Since the time of our previous phone conversation, substantial efforts have been made to contact the Merriman Bridge Company that constructed the bridge sometime in the mid-1980s. We have learned from Merriman the number and kind of planks that were used in the bridge's construction, and after consulting with local lumber companies, we reached the replacement value of the wood planks to be approximately $6,500. Therefore, a demand of this amount is hereby made to you. Payment should be made to the account of the Donald E. McNerney Revocable Trust. A check should be sent to my attention at the New Mexico address listed below no later than 30 days from the receipt of this letter, but in any event no later than October 28th, 2022. Sincerely, Patrick McNerney, Esquire. Would you like me to include the Exhibit A letter as well, or does that cover the issue at hand?
Exhibit A should be included.
Okay.
Although Exhibit A doesn't have to be read, it's just.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I'm asking. Do you want me to read it, or are you satisfied?
Satisfied.
Okay.
And then did you have a change for the crop?
Yes, then there was, also a request, please change the, crop farm from buffer to beans on the north side of Donald E. McNerney Revocable Trust, changing the payment rates. That was the, at hand, it was difficult to tell exactly what tracks that was, but it was all of their land on the north side of the drainage ditch that has been requested for change.
How many acres is that? Do you know which?
I can do my best here to get that.
Is that the .34? That's separated out?
Cause I'd like to revisit that, it's much more than 0.34, let's say. 324, 304 acres, probably about 3 acres on this one.
The total for those would be over 5 between, well, I don't know which sections, is it section 14 for just that stuff? You'd be at 4.83, so that is over your acres there.
Well, it's unclear, cause the buffer itself is about 4.83, but it's the north side, you had about 60 feet that were affected on the north side too. The linear length isn't as much as the south side, but.
So I'm guessing that's the 0.52 acres, Tyler?
What will be difficult to tell and to give a split breakout is that because these parcels span the north and the south of the dredge, but it is one parcel.
Okay.
Our values are summed together. What that 0.34 is that, see that little, the little chunk there that is called to with the dot?
Okay.
That's where that, because it's a separate parceled off piece,
Okay.
that's where that comes from. For everything else, without going back to the office and actually splitting what those acres are, it's because essentially this side and that side are summed together, and this side and that side are summed together. So it would be all that the north portion of the blue there that we're looking at, that would be the split. So approximately half of what those let's see, would be in section, those are in section 14, correct?
I believe that's 14, yeah.
Yeah, so the portions in section 14 would be half of that, is whatever the north half of that was approximately. So it would be the
2.47, that one right there.
Essentially, I mean,
Yeah.
essentially.
I can agree with that.
Okay.
I figured it's probably about right.
Okay, so if that's converted, we're in agreement there on that.
That'd be gains, yeah.
Okay.
No change,
What's that?
no change to what you had in your report then?
No change to
just-
the acres,
just
just the crop type.
No change in acres, just change in crop type.
Yep.
Bridge money come out of retaining.
Regarding the bridge planks, as part of the contract, the contractor is responsible for removal of debris within the work limits and the district right of way. It would have been a welcomed courtesy to have contacted the landowners before those were removed, disposed of, whatever became of them. However, having been stored in the right of way, it's my opinion that the contractor wasn't obligated to contact anyone before they disposed of what they deemed to be rubbish or debris. And that's, I understand, they were, and I have a photo from the drone flight before the work was conducted. I understand it's not like the planks were stored haphazardly, but they they do appear to be discarded old bridge planks. I mean, they are there, they're stacked up, but
They were stacked to be used at a later time.
and I understand that, but then they were also stored in the drainage district right of way, where when the contractor comes through, he's tasked with doing rid of, we've had.
So if I left my pickup there, or do we just condemn
I've
that?
seen old vehicles removed, taken away,
It's a judgment
loaded
call.
up. Well, it's, any sort of, debris, as it's been stated, old kitchen appliances, water heaters that are sat on the side of a ditch. I mean, I've seen, tractor weights, I've seen contractors get rid of tractor weights and, that have been stored in the district right away. And it's been held as part of the project, so that's my thoughts on that.
One thing I would address out of the letter, and the letter and other places been mentioned, communication and, no phone call about this or that. I guess for both of you here, I feel you were well informed of the project, the official notification that went to everyone. I personally visited with you guys about the project before the public hearing. I had multiple phone calls with you, Tim, about it as it was in progress. I met with you within days or a week-ish of this incident happening. It was never brought to my attention, prior to, so I guess I feel there was a lot of communication and maybe not this specific topic, but you were well aware that excavators would be coming through at a moment's notice, so I don't feel that's negligence, on the part of any contractor. Are in conversations with our attorney, as Tyler kinda laid out there, it is drainage district right of way. It's not a machine shed on the side of a ditch. The district has the right and responsibility to perform the work necessary, so.
On the other hand, it would have been nice if they would have informed that they were going to dispose of their property before they did it. I'm not saying that they did it wrong or right, I'm just saying sometimes communication is very nice.
The other side of that too is how do they know it's their property? I mean, as they were saying, things have been disposed of in the, right of way. Is there anything there posting saying that this was property, of so-and-so or anything like that? Are they, when they find things like that, are they supposed to go to the landowners each and every time and ask them, is this yours, do you want it? Can you move it, kind of thing? I mean,
Bridge plank don't just appear in the side of the ditch bank though.
No, but they had been there for 5 years. If something was going to be done with them, they very easily could have been moved somewhere else.
Actually, the bridge was removed in 2019, and we did not sleep on our rights when we found that the property had been hauled off. In fact, we asked, where is the property, bring it back, and we got some very, very questionable responses. The response we got was that it had been destroyed, which seems, to me, that's dubious. I mean, that's, we were a phone call away. Tim McNerney is a phone call away. We would have moved the property. We didn't leave the property there intending for it to be there forever. So the property, as the photo shows, was clearly in two basically separate groupings. I dispute whether it was within the right of way. but we didn't get a clear answer if we got pushback from the subcontractor, we got pushback from the supervisor, and I believe that this, I made a demand letter to the contractor, McCarty. He said it had all been resolved. So I spoke with Mr. Jarks, thinking that this would have been resolved in our favor. There's costs involved. This is property that we intended to use for a separate structure on the farm. We weren't just leaving it out there on the ditch bank. Our conversations with the supervisor had nothing to do with the property, that's true. We did meet with him maybe a couple of years ago. But we would have moved the property had we felt it would be appropriate. We asked for the property to be returned and they said it's been destroyed. These are 1980 planks, creosote treated planks. This is valuable property. Frankly, I take umbrage with the characterization that this is some kind of debris. That's ridiculous. So that's a lot of money taken, and we're seeking indemnification for it. Very simple. And I was under the impression that this has been resolved. I was going to bring a lawsuit, but I was told it has been resolved in our favor. So it's kind of a double whammy here. I feel that this is a complete miscarriage of justice. That's all I can say right now. So,
who notified you that it was resolved?
We had conversations. I said we'd bring it up when we had the closing at the hearing,
Okay.
And we would try to work with him. And it is his personal property that was left there. I think he should have been notified before they destroyed his personal property.
Right.
And it's my opinion, the contractor took off with it without saying anything. I still think it's his personal property that was destroyed.
After all this came up, had multiple conversations with our attorney, and there was a difference of opinion from Jim Hudson, our legal counsel. And I think the picture and the drone flight would verify very easily that it was located within the right of way.
I don't think it needed to be handled the way it was, because if you have somebody's property sitting there, you would probably inform them that it should be moved without destroying it.
I mean, if I came across
Something
a
like that.
pile of treated planks
I would
that
have called
big,
I would have called the person too and said, hey.
at least a question. I mean, that's just laziness on the contractor. Even if he's legally in the right, I mean.
I still think it should come out of the contractor's retained.
They should have called the owner and said, hey, this stuff's gotta be moved.
It was not debris, it was an asset.
That's not, junky shards of wood laying along a bench. I mean, I don't know.
I would go to the contractor.
Oh, yeah.
Did you wanna look at it?
No,
I'll give
So I have that as coming out of the contractor's retainage, then, sounds like the group concession there. That is all of the, additional claims that I have received.
Okay.
Anything else to do in the open meeting?
I do not believe so.
So we can close the hearing?
No, I got some objections or some observations I'd like to mention.
You two are gonna have to share.
Oh, sure. Is this on DD4?
Yeah. Again, visual, when this project started out, Mr. Stecker was pulling for McCarty to get the bid. And he said that if McCarty prevailed, that Lupenthal Excavating was not going to get any sub work. I wanna know from Mr. Stecker, how Lupenthal Excavating got work on this project.
I don't believe that's a direct quote from me. I believe the position I took at the time, which I would still support or be in that same position, is that's not my decision. As a board member, we do not choose who contractors sub with. Lubenthal Excavating was not the only subcontractor on this project either. And none of those decisions were mine, so guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. Stecker, are you receiving any payments of any kind from Lubenthals?
No.
On the Stein project there, that damage claim, what Lubenthal did you pay to pick up the rocks?
The landowner is getting paid for all damage claims.
No, I'm talking about the contractor that's gonna receive the payment. On Stein's project, I wanna know who you're paying, who the district's paying for this rock removal on the Stein project.
The claim that was turned in by Ed Stein, he chose who he hired for that.
And who did
Not
you
me.
choose?
Charlie Lubenthal.
Is he working for Charlie Lubenthal? Are you working for Charlie Lubenthal?
No, not for that.
You plant your crop,
Yeah, I hire him. That's a choice.
so you pay him back.
Was there a question there?
Yeah, you pay him back to plant your crops, you're working with him.
Yes, I hire him.
Okay, another thing I noticed is, this is for you, Mr. Stecker, why does Lubenthal Excavating have a bunch of good corrugated metal pipe in his yard along Highway 9 west of Sway City from the DD4 with this project? That pipe looks pretty damn good to me. Do you know why he stacked that pipe up?
I don't control his business in any way, shape, or form. Don't know what inventory he has on hand, but I don't know how you could say that that's specifically from this project.
Well, it looked like it, I've heard it come from there. And you guys replaced a pile of pipe.
And all of those have been documented with pictures and GPS coordinates and been verified, so.
So you got pictures of the pipe that he removed?
That's a question for the engineer. He okayed and
that was.
all the
Yeah,
pipe that was put in.
Everything that.
We have the original drone flight.
We have not paid for removal or replacement of any pipes that were not removed and replaced.
Okay, but evidently there was some value in this corrugated pipe that's sitting in Lupenthal's yard.
And the
Did we
district,
get compensated for them?
yeah, the district did not pay for any order of pipes that that was part of the revenue.
The pipe that he moved from the district asset.
The new pipe that they had that they didn't use?
No, it was a used pipe. It looks like they didn't even have to be replaced, the condition of some of that pipe.
What was under the ground, I can't speak to, but where they were replaced for having been broken, those got replaced. What's done with the rest of the pipe, it becomes a contractor asset.
So the contractor did not compensate DD4 for any corrugated pipe removed from the ditch that he has sitting in his yard today.
No.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Okay, I think you kind of went through broken pipe issue, so we won't go through it here. But here again, Iowa Code 468-127 requires the trustees to spread drainage warrants every 2 years. And you're in violation of that law on $136,648.56 on this project. That's about an additional $8,000 cost to the district, and most of that money goes to either Bolton Mink or Zachary Lubenthal.
Well, there's a problem there, Joe, we can't pay people if we don't have the money.
Well, that's why you're supposed to spread it, Roger, that's why you spread it. to get
You
the
don't
money.
spread projects until they're done very
That
often.
isn't what the law says, Roger.
Joe, there is money spread on drain 4 open ditch for this year. That's probably as simple of an answer as there needs to be here. There is $300,000 being assessed to drain 4 this year.
Yeah, 136, which should have been spread last year.
And some of that FEMA projects always throw a monkey wrench in all the warrants.
Yep.
Some of that's beyond our control, Joe.
Do you want us to assess 1.5 million and then, have the money from FEMA sitting in the account for X number of years till the next project happens?
Well, I wouldn't be too afraid, would it, not Kyle?
Just a question.
Not the $1 million yet.
What?
They should've got the money ahead of time.
Oh, that's not how the process works.
We're paying a lot of interest to these contractors that we shouldn't have to be paying. That's all I'm saying. Okay, Mr. Stecker, you publicly accused William Mary Doshi LLC of taking 400 acres off of DD 411 and is served by DD 4 open ditch. The trustees, using Mr. Stecker's statement, voted to spend engineering fees with Bolton Maine and legal fees with Kossuth to say we took 400 acres of land off of DD 411, which is served by DD 4 open ditch, and drained them to DD 80. Big Oshie came before the board with a similar request on DD 80.
Nope.
Closed
It
the
doesn't.
hearing, and the trustees
Joe, we're gonna
voted no.
stop you right now, it don't apply to this project, so we're not
Yes, it
gonna.
does, we're gonna get a bill on DD 411.
I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
So you're shutting me up?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Jarvis, I just didn't really get a clear-cut answer on the converted bridge blanks.
it's gonna come out of the,
Retainage. Thank you, that's all I needed.
when we make the motion right now, we can't do it in closed session.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. I'll second Mr. Stecker's motion. Do a roll call vote, please.
Plath,
Yes.
Nat,
Yes.
Wactor,
Yes.
Stecker,
Yes.
Jerks.
Yes. Now, we have a motion on all of
The damage claims.
damage claims
As discussed.
and, retainage claims.
As discussed.
As discussed, let's make a separate motion on the retainage claim from McNerney, McCarthy, I'm sorry. Do we need to have a total amount, or can you add that up later?
I think it can be added up, it'll need to be obviously removed from what the pay application for the retainage that gets sent to them
Yeah.
is. But for my notes, and maybe you can confirm what you have here as well, the values I have, and I have broken down by landowner, but I have $3,049.27, $1,782.50, $1,500, $1,425, $2,725, $1,950, $375, and $6,500.
That's all coming out of the retainage.
Those are the amounts I have coming out of the retainage.
Okay.
I would make that motion for all those damages together as described.
Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Second by Carter. Any more discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Opposed, motion carried unanimous. Crop damage and other damages.
Crop damages and other damages, it's tough to put an actual dollar amount on, but we have a number of changes of crop type and some actual dollar amounts that were supported in the claims with receipts. There will need to be a revised completion document that dictates all of that. I'll drop those off, very similar this week, or very similar next week, like I did this week for the revisions.
Yep.
From last week.
So I would entertain a motion to take care of all other damages.
I'd make that motion
I'll second.
per the changes.
I have a motion and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried unanimous. Anything else you'd like to cover on DD4, open ditch?
No, I do not.
Good. And before you get too far,
And then with the amount out of the
record show that
retainage.
no decisions were made when we set.
With the amount out of the retainage, you'll have a pay app 8 for us for the final.
Yes, and that retainage will need to be, it's supposed to
30
be
days
30 days after the acceptance of the work, however, there may be, I don't think we're gonna have to, that 30 days may be enough to get it all turned around, it just can't be any sooner than that. So it hasn't been sent out to them because we didn't know the value we were gonna withhold.
And we haven't.
Yep. So.
Richard, you had your hand up.
Just had one more question, and you'd probably go to Kyle. Back, this has been 3 or 4 or 5 years ago maybe, but anyhow, I check periodically to see what my drainage assessments are. And there was a project 2001, and I had trouble getting any information, and finally I was told I had to talk to Kyle. And after talking to Kyle, finally after a couple times, he told me that it was $20,000 that was billed to the district ahead of time, because there was going to be some expenses coming on drainage 4, and he just kinda wanted to split it up. And I'm just wondering, has that been spent, or does that come off from this project now? Or what became of those funds from project 2001 for $20,000?
Yeah.
All the repairs that have been done.
That was,
It's in there.
It was, so it was just a general dollar that was assessed to the district, so it would have been included with the funds for drain 4 as a whole.
So how does that work? So you're billed ahead of time?
There was outstanding balance.
There was outstanding balances before that too.
You'd indicated there were gonna be some expenses coming up, and you wanted to soften the blow, and for some reason, nobody wanted to talk about it. This is shortly after you took office.
It's the same.
I don't have a good answer,
I don't have
Mark.
specifics on that.
Other than there's an outstanding balance, the 2 cleanouts that happened before were on 20-year waivers, 2 different, so there's outstanding balance existing on drain 4. So a minor collection, 20,000 to soften possible coming expenses for engineer, there was already existing outstanding balance there.
I guess I was just expecting that was gonna soften the blow on part of this deal now, but just curious.
I have one couple questions.
Go ahead, Don.
Supervisor Secretary indicated that if we didn't spread this, it'd be 1.5 million. You spread 300,000 for this next coming tax collection, is that correct? So are you anticipating then that 1,200,000 is gonna be paid for by FEMA? And do you have any guarantee what is FEMA gonna pay on this project, I guess?
So.
We've never been told that, so.
With the, paperwork finally getting the projects combined as the sites were laid out originally, our consultant, and actually I'll call him now so he can explain this. Let me see if he answers.
Yes, sir.
Hey, we are in the board meeting here, we're finished up with the public hearing portion of this, but, Don McGregor had a question about the FEMA funds, and I didn't know if you wanted to run through some of that with the process and the dollar amounts and all that, or what you could share.
I mean, I can. I went to the office this morning and basically, you know, Kyle, in your district, we had the two projects.
Yep.
And we combined them. Basically, the combination of the two projects was about 1,267,000 and some change.
That's their estimate, yep.
Yep, we did a small reimbursement request early on. I think it was with McCarty for about 200-some thousand. Now, I am in the process of putting a reimbursement request. I have asked the state to allow us the full 75% of the federal share, which is 950,000 and change. Of course, we've already borrowed, we've already reimbursed 200-some thousand. So I'm asking for $674,229 to be reimbursed. Now, the state can approve that amount, or they could just say, hey, we're only going to do what we normally do, which is 75% of the federal share. With that being the case, we would adjust the reimbursement request to $436,732. But if I'm not mistaken, Kyle, the project is basically completed.
Actually, with our action in the last few minutes,
Yep.
the project is closed. We will have documents for all that shortly, so then we can proceed with closeout.
You're right, but closeouts right now are taking so many months to actually complete. My thought is to take every penny that we're allowed, let's get it in our hands, and then that way we're only waiting for a smaller balance to actually close out the account instead of waiting for the full $950,000 that we're looking for. So, like I said, I've asked the state to give us the full federal share. I don't see any reason why they won't. But if they don't, either way, mid-July, you're either gonna get a check for about 436,700 and change, or we're gonna get a check for 674,000 and change.
And then, the project, just for everyone's knowledge here, the project will get closed on actuals, not FEMA's estimate at the end of the closeout, correct?
Correct. And then whatever the balance is from as much as we've reimbursed, of course, we'll receive 75% of that federal share, and the state will pay their additional 10%. And then we can officially close out the project once FEMA gets it closed, which, like I said, has been taking months and months. So my thought was, let's take our cash and get it in the bank while we can.
Yep.
Is there any other questions you might have as far as the projects are concerned?
How come they didn't get McClure Engineering, because they had all the profiles on this ditch less than 5 years earlier? Would've been way.
Sounds like that's all the FEMA stuff, so,
Okay.
any other questions from the
All I'm
board?
waiting for is the state to get the actual combination of the projects, into their system.
Yep.
I've got the reimbursement request all built. I just have to wait to submit it until they get that completed. I'm hoping that's done this week, and then, we'll basically move forward with the reimbursement request.
Sounds good, appreciate it, and we will talk to you later.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
It was hard to follow that conversation, so are you anticipating getting $1.2 million from FEMA? Or what are you actually anticipating getting?
So I don't have the exact cost, but the total construction cost plus engineering and damages and publication and all those expenses that go into it, I believe are a little over 1.5 million at this point. So yes, 85% of that I expect to be paid by FEMA at the end of the day, federal and state combined.
So we shouldn't anticipate any more spreads for this project next year.
So rough math, if you do 1.5 million times 85%, that's 1.275 million.
Okay.
So
That's good.
with interest, we should be within a margin of error, close. Not gonna say exact, depends on time and a lot of factors, but we should be close.
Then just one other question, I was concerned with this project because you weren't buying right away ahead of time. And now it's indicated you're gonna buy, right away afterwards, is that true? Is that what you're gonna do? And that's not necessarily fair to the other landowners along this ditch that contributed property to this project. So, I mean, bear in mind what you're gonna do there, and what's that gonna cost the district down the road. That's all I have to say there, and I understand that they'd like to be compensated for their property, I would too.
And that's, I can speak a little bit, there was the request for the compensation for lost acres. Again, at the completion hearing, that's not the time and place to consider that. That request could be made and considered, and I think what you're saying is be careful how that is considered, and that's, I think that's wise.
At the first hearing, we were informed that we're not gonna buy it right away. So now if you start buying right away, you change the dynamic of this property quite a bit.
And I think it would need, if it were to be, my opinion would be is if right away were to be looked at for this, it would need to be all encompassing of the project or not at all. So it wouldn't just be, in my opinion, you're right, it wouldn't be fair and equitable to those just for having filed a response versus those that didn't, and just kind of accepted it.
I've been questioning the projects that we did in the past, we wasn't right away ahead of time. And that's not been done in this project, so it's not giving me true project costs either, you know, that word. That's all, just as long as you be aware of that.
Anything else for DD 4? Open ditch, repair.
Yeah, I asked why you didn't get McClure Engineering, because they had done all the profiles earlier, it would have been cheaper to have them do it than, Bolton Lake, don't you think? They had to start from scratch. And that's what you told Vince Johnson when he needed engineering stuff, they said you had a engineering profile on hand to go across the ditch for Vince Johnson. I'm just asking why you got Bolton Lane.
I guess I would speak to that. There was a lot of dissatisfaction with the previous project conveyed to me, in multiple ways. And Bolton and Mink being a local business here in town with an office in Algona made it a substantial difference in how this was administered and the time requirements involved with the FEMA side of things, all the work that is encompassed in that was a huge time saver in regards to how that was handled locally. So that would be a few highlights I would share, but that's not all the reasons by any means.
There's no further questions, we will go to our repair request.
That's all.
Thanks. Yeah, just go. Don't come back.
Really? Good night.
Yeah.
I told him I'd do it.
Can they take their conversation in the hallway? When we get going at least.
But if it's
Go ahead and give it.
If we're gonna go, they need to go out to the hall or something here. Don and Joe.
John?
Pat, Don, Joe, Rich.
Can we ask you guys to go out in the hallway?
So we can finish our meeting? We still aren't done yet. We got some more work to do.
Don, can we have you go out in the hallway?
Yeah, okay.
Thank
Okay,
Thank
no
you.
problem.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming.
Yeah, well, thank you for whatever.
Go ahead, Carter.
Alright, I've got a repair request from pack one, number 60. This is in section 5 of Garfield Township, on, lateral C. There's a broken tile washout on the lane from Byron Antlicker. Not sure what washout on the lane.
His
Like his lane
driveway, the tile goes through his,
Oh, yeah, okay, I see.
through his
Yeah,
property.
okay. I have nothing, so, okay.
Kyle, you got one?
Yeah, I got a couple here. 61 Springfield, section 16. Approximately 600 feet plugged with willow tree roots, needs to be replaced with non-perforated for Dean Ingleby. Is this Smith, the contractor you were talking about, or is that a tenant on it or something?
Oh, that's a contractor. That's dug it up
They
already.
dug it up, okay.
Yeah.
And then number 62, Brad Arndorfer, lead yard 32. Southwest of Hog Buildings, about 100 feet marked with yellow flags. Do you know if this is broken or do you know what the deal is? I mean, I can call Brad too, but.
Christie took that one, so
Okay.
I think it's broken.
I'll talk to him about it, figure it out.
I got number 59, it's a broken tile in, section drainage district 86, needs repair, and I'm gonna have Brant, send it to Brant and have him fix it. You'll have a motion for the supervisors to take care of their. Jack, do I have a second to Jack's motion?
Josh, second.
Josh second.
Repair request.
All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried unanimous. Being that we had a long day, anything else, Marge, for drainage?
Isn't that enough?
Have we done the drone flight on pack one yet?
I don't know if it's been done, but I know
Okay.
Tyler,
I
I know
thought it
Tyler
was.
was gonna schedule
Okay,
it.
sounds good.
Time with our auditor.
Okay, so next
Marge
week,
on up stuff here, so.
we're gonna talk about the timesheet software again, and then we've rescheduled the department head meeting for right after the regular board meeting next week. So we had a couple of department heads that couldn't be here to do it today, so we rescheduled it till next week. I got an email from Justin Stotts, who's with North Iowa Regional Housing Authority. I think I forwarded that email to all of you guys, but he's
Yeah.
wondering if we've had anybody that we could appoint to that position.
I've been looking around and been talking with people, just haven't found anybody interested yet. Well, I think I did find one person interested, but they are too busy.
Oh,
I had a person come to mind when I saw the email come out, but I figured I'd wait till see if we had anyone else, but I can try and do some research on that too.
I talked to Luke this morning, he said he'd do it if we couldn't find anybody else.
Luke Snyder.
Luke Snyder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that satisfactory with the rest of you?
I'll maybe ask the one person that came to mind for me, just to see if they'd be interested or not. I don't have any opposition to Luke, but, probably be good if we.
Ask his person, we'll do it next week or the week after.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that's all I have.
What about next week? Busy?
No, I already told you.
Meeting to 1 o'clock again next week?
The department head meeting after the
1:30.
regular meeting and the timesheet software.
That's it?
Okay.
That's it,
Oh,
so far.
no change? Jack, do you have any meetings?
The Board of Health next week.
Carter?
The only thing I'm gonna say is, got an email on the pit, south of town, or off the pit, that's deemed non-hazardous, but you guys all got that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, another, I got wellness tomorrow.
Josh?
Nothing for me.
No specific committee assignments. I gave you all a paper from Iowa Drainage District Association. House File 714 was just signed into law, which basically clarifies the definition, for railroad's responsibility in regards to drainage infrastructure. So now drain tile is, incorporated in that, which specifically for drain 90 lateral 1 is a $400,000+ impact to that district. So Spencer and I have been talking here recently, multiple times with the other repairs needed there, but I was gonna check with Marge after the meeting was done. He said he should be available next week to be on the agenda to talk about our status with drain 90 and take action to address this law change and stuff, so we'll probably have that on the agenda if it works for schedule and stuff, but that's a quick update there, cause that's a big deal.
So this basically has it so the railroad companies will take on the responsibility of like the repairs and things like that.
Yeah, and
You gotta get him to do it.
yeah, it'll still take some work to get them to do it, but with the definition of the law being changed, to clarify the Supreme Court decision, which seemed to exempt them at the time, they'll basically be forced to. I mean, it's the law, that's what they have to operate under, so.
Fiscally too, right? So you
Yeah.
don't just assess the entire drainage district, but not the railroad companies.
I don't.
Responsible for their drainage and what they get.
They're just responsible for their right of way. I don't know that it changes anything with the assessments, I don't
Well,
think
only
so.
if you change the assessment schedule.
Well, yeah, but the House File, I don't think it changes assessments specifically, but it changes what falls under their responsibility, and that's a substantial impact, and that's just one district. I mean, we've got other places in this county that will significantly affect as well, so.
That sheet Joe handed out today doesn't belong in the file, cause it had nothing to do with the DD4 open ditch clean out. So I wouldn't bother to put it into the drainage file. You can burn it.
I mean,
Got a drainage meeting tomorrow, that's all I got. Didn't have anything this week that was fun and entertaining, except telephone calls. Anything else? Motion to adjourn, Carter?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.